Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. I will ask that we stand up, all of us, to welcome our distinguished guest from the holding room. All those who are outside, may I request that you all come inside so that we can begin with our program. Everyone outside, may you please come in. We are about to welcome our distinguished guest. I hope they are here. We can't be standing for too long. In the meantime, can I check, do we have colleagues from UniZulu? University of Zululand, are we in? University of KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg, are we in? UNISA, Pietermaritzburg, are you in? UNISA, Durban, are you in? Varsity College, Emirates, are you in? UKZN, Howard College, are you in? Thank you so much, colleagues. Daphne, do you see our people? This is a sabotage. No, colleagues, because it seems like they are still far. My apology, can I request that we seated? Then when they come in, we will then ask you to stand up. My apology. Thank you so much. We can all rise. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bonelo Ntlangulela. I'm from Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I will be your program facilitator today. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Mandela Day for law students, hosted under the theme, the Constitution at 30, preserving Nelson Mandela's legacy of equality and justice. On behalf of Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and our valued partners, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, representatives of the legal profession, members of the judicial, academics, legal practitioners, stakeholders, student leaders, and most importantly, the law students gathered here today. We are delighted to have each of you with us and trust that today's program will be both informative and inspiring. Once again, I would like to welcome you and thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise for the singing of the national anthem, which will be followed by the reciting of the preamble of the Constitution. Once again, I would like to welcome you and thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, be followed by the reciting of the preamble of the Constitution. Once again, I would like to welcome you and thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Motimula from Department of Justice is going to lead us in the reciting of the preamble. I thank you. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Program Director.
Ms.
Good morning to all the honorable guests. What a privilege it is to share not only the stage, but the room with such beautiful and great minds in the field of legal. Thank you. Mine is to lead the reciting of the preamble of the Constitution. Those who have the bookmark is behind the bookmark is the preamble, and those who have the Constitution is on page 1 of the Constitution. So I'm going to ask our honorable guests to assist in reading the preamble. So I will read and then you will follow me. Thank you so much. It reads as follows. We the people of South Africa recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. United in our diversity, we therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika. Morena boloka setjhaba sa heso. God sends South Africa. God bless South Africa. And ladies and gentlemen, I have learned that in order to pronounce this correctly, I have to go very slow. Muzimu fatusetsa Afrika. Hosi katekisa Afrika. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Motimula. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome on stage Ms. Govensam, the Dean and the Head of School of Law in the University of KwaZulu-Natal, to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the university.
Good morning, everyone. So on behalf of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Dean of the School of Law, Professor Freddie Imungane, I welcome each of you to the Career Day for Law Students, held under the theme, The Constitution at 30, Preserving Nelson Mandela's Legacy of Equality and Justice. The Career Day program, which will unfold today, has been designed to broaden learners' perspective on career possibilities and guide them into making choices aligned with their interests and ambitions. It is our hope that through the exposure to the various career options available to you and the personalized guidance offered today, learners will leave with a stronger sense of direction, better alignment of skills, and a clearer understanding of how to pursue their career goals. Today's event simultaneously provides career awareness and motivation through success stories, so that the famous words from Ntate Nelson Mandela can become a reality. I quote, "I am a product of Africa and her long-cherished dream of a rebirth that can now be realized, so that all of her children may play in the sun." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gorensa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Zakele Zungu, Director from the Department of Justice, to come and give us the significance of this day.
Thank you, Program Director, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Judge Chigela, the members of University Executive, local legal professionals, DOJ officials, and most importantly, our distinguished guests from various higher institutions who are in attendance. I greet you all. And I'd like to observe the protocols that has already been established. It is a great honor that I speak today on behalf of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to outline the importance of Career Day for law students. This is an initiative that a department has embarked on for years now, and it has proven that it's successful. The event is hosted in the month of July annually to commemorate Nelson Mandela Month and to acknowledge the pivotal role that he played in advancement of legal system. Mr. Nelson Mandela fulfilled his desire to become an attorney through difficult and strenuous circumstances. He did not allow the background to dictate his future. He fought and struggled and emerged victoriously, paving the way for future young professionals and leaders like yourself. We stand before you today to show our commitment as the Department of Justice in guiding your path as future legal professionals. The purpose of the Career Day is to provide you with insight in various career paths available to you. It is also to offer you with an opportunity to receive advices from senior legal professionals who have navigated the challenges that came through with legal practitioners. It is also creating a platform for you students to ask questions and network, and also providing you with practical insights on how to navigate in the legal professional once you have concluded your studies and obtain your qualifications. The Career Day helps you students to understand the responsibility that's come with a legal career. Lawyers play a vital role in protecting the rights, promoting fairness, resolving disputes, upholding the principles of justice. This event reinforces the importance ethics, professionalism, and service to our society. So the Career Day also provides an invaluable networking opportunities for students that will be meeting the judges, attorneys, prosecutors, legal advisors, and other professionals that enable students to meaningfully connection and expand their networks. These interactions lead to mentorship, internships, and career guidance that can shape a student in their professional journey. The Career Day also motivates students to strive for excellence. Listening to successful legal professionals shares their journey, reminds students that achievement is built through dedication, perseverance, integrity, and continuous learning. These experiences encourages students to overcome challenges, embrace opportunities, and remain committed to justice and the rule of law. You are therefore encouraged as students to utilize this platform to engage with the legal professionals who has attended today and apply the insight and advices to facilitate your learning journey. On behalf of Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, KZN, I wish you all the best, students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zungu. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, allow me the opportunity to introduce one of our very important guests in our midst before we can move to our panel of discussion. I will have to introduce our guest before she can come and speak so that we can open the space in the front for our panelists to come in the front for the panel of discussion. Thank you. He's a senior counsel with more than 20 years experience in the legal field, providing professional services on a broad range of legal matters. She obtained her LLB degree at Walter Sisulu University in 2004. She is enrolled as an advocate of the High Court of South Africa under the Durban Bar since 2015 as senior counsel. She was also a senior manager at UKZN Cocta from March 2015 to September 2015, where she managed municipal governance. Prior to this, she was state prosecutor from 1999 to 2004, where she attended to a variety of criminal matters. Over the years, she had various positions and membership in tribunals and legal society. She is, amongst other things, a member of the Society of Advocates in KwaZulu-Natal and also the chairperson of Advocates for Transformation in KwaZulu-Natal. Prior to her appointment in October 2024, she held various acting stints in the High Court as an acting judge. She is a current judge of the High Court at the KwaZulu-Natal Division of the High Court. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in introducing Judge Jigela.
Thank you. You may be seated. Program Director, distinguished guests, members of the academic community, colleagues from the legal profession, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Well, I've been taken by surprise. I did not expect to speak first. I was hoping to speak after several of my colleagues have spoken. And I was going to offer no apology for repeating some of the points that they have already covered. But thankfully, I will be the first. Now, one of South Africa's most important foundational documents has reached an important milestone. The theme, 30 Years of Constitutional Democracy, One Constitution, One Nation, Reflect, Renew and Recommit, marks 3 decades since the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa came into force as the supreme law of our democratic state. This welcomes us to reflect on what has been, what still needs to be done, and what we may hope for in the future. Mr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela's legacy is inseparable from the South Africa's constitutional democracy. Although he served as president for only 5 years, his greatest contribution was not merely political leadership, but the establishment of a constitutional order founded on human dignity, equality, freedom, accountability, and the rule of law. The theme for this year's constitutional celebrations provides an ideal framework through which to assess Nelson Mandela's enduring legacy. Now, as we reflect, we look at Mandela's vision of constitutional democracy. We must be reminded that Mr. Mandela consistently maintained that democracy should never depend upon the goodwill of leaders, but upon the supremacy of the Constitution. When opening the Constitutional Court in 1995, Mr. Mandela described the Constitution as belonging to all South Africans rather than to any political party or government. His leadership during the constitutional negotiations demonstrated several enduring principles, such as the constitutional supremacy instead of parliamentary sovereignty, equality before the law, an independent judiciary, reconciliation without sacrificing justice, accountability of public power, and protection of minorities through the Bill of Rights. Now, the preamble of the Constitution reflects many of these ideas Mandela articulated throughout his public life. Now, these ideas are healing the divisions of the past, establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, improving the equality of life of all citizens, and building one nation united in diversity. These ideas resonate directly with the theme of one constitution, one nation. Now, as we take time to look at Mandela and constitutional values, Mandela's legacy can be understood through 5 constitutional values, namely human dignity. I deal first with human dignity. Mandela believed that every person possesses inherent dignity regardless of race, gender, religion, or social status. Now, the Constitutional Court has repeatedly recognized dignity as the foundational value of the Constitution. Shackleton P., in the landmark decision that abolished the death penalty, that was S versus Makwanyane and another. It's an old matter, it's a 1995 decision. He held, and I quote, "The rights to life and dignity are the most important of all human rights," end close quote. Now, the judgment reflects Mandela's lifelong opposition to state-sanctioned violence and demonstrates how constitutional democracy places dignity above retribution. Now, the second constitutional value is equality. Mandela viewed equality not merely as formal equality, but as the dismantling of system of oppression. The Constitutional Court held in President of the Republic of South Africa versus Hugo that, and I quote, "The prohibition on unfair discrimination in the interim constitution seeks not only to avoid discrimination against people who are members of disadvantaged groups, It seeks more than that. At the heart of the prohibition of unfair discrimination lies a recognition that the purpose of our new constitutional and democratic order is the establishment of a society in which all human beings will be accorded equal dignity and respect regardless of their membership of particular groups. The achievement of such a society in the context of our deeply marginalized past will not be easy, but that is the goal of the Constitution, should not be forgotten or overlooked, close quote. Now, put differently, this case demonstrates that equality requires recognition of historical disadvantages and substantive fairness rather than identical treatment. This mirrors Mandela's understanding that genuine reconciliation requires transformation. We also look at reconciliation and nation building. Mandela's greatest political achievement was transforming a deeply divided society without civil war. His philosophy of reconciliation finds constitutional expression in the preamble and in the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In the case of Azanian People's Organization versus President of the Republic of South Africa, the Constitutional Court upheld the constitutionality of the amnesty provisions contained in the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act. Now, Justice Mohammed explained that through the negotiations for the Constitution of South Africa, deliberately chose to prefer, and I quote, understanding over vengeance, repatriation over retaliation, ubuntu over victimization, close quote. Now, this judgment remains one of the clearest judicial expressions of Mandela's philosophy of restorative justice. Accountability and the rule of law is also another constitutional value that we must be mindful of. Mandela consistently insisted that no one, including the president, is above the law. This constitutional principle has been reinforced repeatedly, most evidently in the case of President of the Republic of South Africa versus South African Rugby Football Union, wherein the Constitutional Court confirmed that even presidential decisions are reviewable for legality and that the president may consult when contemplating a decision, but may not abdicate the power to make such a decision. Now, we come closer to home and we look at the independency of the judiciary. Perhaps Mandela's most enduring institutional legacy is his unwavering support for judicial independency. He confirmed this in his address for the opening of the then Transvaal Law Society on 29 October 1993, when he said, and I quote, "There can be no justice with today's independent constitutional court and judiciary." Now, 30 years later, we renew. 30 years into constitutional democracy, South Africa has achieved remarkable constitutional success. These include peaceful democratic transfers of power, an internationally respected constitutional court, progressive socio-economic rights and jurisprudence, protection of vulnerable communities, advancement of equality for women and LGBTQIA+ persons, and the recognition of customary law within constitutional limits. Yet Mandela himself repeatedly warned that political freedom alone would be insufficient unless accompanied by social justice. However, many constitutional challenges remain, and these are poverty, unemployment, inequality, corruption, service delivery failures, declining public confidence in institutions, and attacks on constitutional institutions. These realities require renewed commitment to constitutional governance rather than abandonment of constitutional ideas. Now, Mandela's legacy and the judiciary. Let us talk a little about that. The judiciary occupies a central place in Mandela's constitutional vision. He understood that courts protect minorities against majority power. Judges safeguard constitutional rights. Judges' independence preserves democracy. Constitutional adjudication strengthens rather than weakens democratic governance. Now, from its earliest judgments, the constitutional courts, including S versus Zuma, well, there may be many of them, but I'm making reference to the 1995 decision, which affirmed fair trial rights, and in S versus Makwanyane, where that judgment sets the tone for a constitutional culture grounded in rights, legality, accountability. As the Constitutional Court marks over 3 decades of jurisprudence, these early judgments continue to embody the constitutional order Mandela helped to establish. We also recommit. As we recommit, we are reminded that in 1994, Nelson Mandela, at the opening of the Constitutional Court and addressing the judiciary, he remarked as follows, and the young ones, I want you to take, to listen carefully to what Nelson Mandela said. He said, "People come and people go. Customs, fashion, and preferences change, yet the web of foundational rights and justice which a nation proclaims must not be broken. It is the task of this court," he was referring to the Constitutional Court, "to ensure that the values of freedom and equality which underlie our interim constitution and which will surely be embodied in our final constitution are nurtured and protected so that they may endure. We expect you to stand on guard, not only against direct assault on the principles of the Constitution, but against insidious corrosion." Now, he is speaking to the judges of the Constitutional Court, understanding the importance of the power that they hold. Now, he says, "Our Constitution rests on 3 fundamental pillars: Parliament, the government, and the Constitutional Court. Each has its specific role to play. Take away or undermine any, and you weaken the whole structure. That is why your independence is guaranteed in the Constitution." Now, lastly, he says, "One of the things one discovers when coming into office is that there is no shortage of rubber stamps. South Africans did not establish this court to be another rubber stamp. We expect you to be creative and independent. We expect you to be true to the oath you have just sworn," and I close quote. That's a profound commitment to the independence of justice. Now, these words invite us to recommit ourselves and reaffirm. We must reaffirm judicial independence, constitutional supremacy, ethical leadership, accountability, protection of vulnerable persons, equal justice before the law, and fidelity to the Constitution rather than transient political interests. The Constitutional Court has also repeatedly emphasized these principles. For example, in Doctors for Life International versus Speaker of the National Assembly, The Constitutional Court underscored the importance of active public participation within a constitutional democratic society where new legislation is considered. Now, you will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that democracy is therefore participatory rather than merely electoral. In Economic Freedom Fighters versus Speaker of the National Assembly, Democratic Alliance versus Speaker of the National Assembly, our Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. It is not subject to any law, including national legislation, unless otherwise provided by the Constitution itself. Close quote. Later, in the same judgment, he also affirmed that even the President is accountable under the Constitution. Now, this decision powerfully demonstrates a constitutional state that is governed by law rather than by individuals. Now, we recommit again. The emphasis is on, I beg your pardon, this time the emphasis is on the legal profession's constitutional duty. How do we recommit as the legal profession? For members of the legal profession, recommitment carries particular significance. Mandela himself was an attorney. He understood that lawyers occupy a unique position in society. They are guardians of justice. They are officers of the court. They serve not merely clients, but the administration of justice itself. Section 165 of the Constitution provides that courts are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. That constitutional promise depends upon ethical lawyers, ethical advocates, ethical prosecutors, ethical judicial officers. Without integrity, the rule of law becomes fragile. Without ethical conduct, constitutional democracy weakens. The legal profession therefore bears a solemn responsibility to defend constitutional values, even when doing so is difficult or unpopular. I don't know, Mr. Public Program Director, you didn't set time for me. I'm fine, thank you. Now, as the Supreme Court of Appeal observed in Jassat versus Natal Law Society, where it was held, in the past, it has been stressed that the profession of an attorney is an honorable one, and as such demands complete honesty, reliability, and integrity from its members. Similar statements have been made with regard to advocates, close quote. The SCA in General Council of the Bar of South Africa versus Gitch and others emphasized the need for absolute honesty and integrity applies both in relation to advocates' duties to their clients and their duties to the courts, close quote. These and many cases strewn throughout the law reports and easily found on SAFLI are the cornerstone of the legal profession. A message to young legal professions. Allow me to conclude by addressing the young lawyers, the students who are future candidate legal practitioners, pupils, and judicial officers gathered here today. You enter the legal profession at a defining moment in our constitutional history. You are among the first generation of lawyers who have known nothing other than the constitutional democracy. And that is profound. The freedoms you enjoy were hard-won by those who came before you, and they carry with them a profound responsibility. The practice of law is not merely a profession. It is a public trust, and every brief you accept, every opinion you draft, every client you advise, and every appearance you make before a court must be guided not only by the legal skills, but by unwavering integrity. Our legal system depends upon practitioners whose words can be trusted, whose conduct is beyond reproach, and whose loyalty is first and foremost to the Constitution and the administration of justice. The ethical codes that govern our profession are not obstacles to success. They are the very foundation of public confidence in the rule of law. In an age where shortcuts, personal gain, and expediency can be tempting, remember that reputation is earned over a lifetime, but can be lost in a single moment. Be courageous enough to do what is right, even when it is difficult, and be principled enough to decline what is unlawful, even when it appears advantageous. South Africa's constitutional journey has never been easy, yet for 30 years, our institutions have shown remarkable resilience. Each generation has been called upon to strengthen our democracy. That responsibility now rests with you. Let your careers be marked by honesty, humility, excellence, and service. Mandela believed that each generation inherits the responsibility of completing the work left unfinished by the previous ones. The next chapter of South Africa's constitutional history will not be written by the generation of 1994. It will be written by yours. Now, as I conclude, and as we commemorate 30 years of constitutional democracy, let us remember that Mandela's legacy does not belong to history, it belongs to the future. Reflection reminds us of where we have come from. Renewal reminds us of the values we must preserve. Recommitment reminds us that constitutional democracy survives only when every generation chooses to defend it. We may therefore leave this gathering resolved to build a nation where the Constitution is not merely respected in our courts, but lived in our communities, where justice is not reserved for the powerful, but accessible to all, and where Mandela's enduring vision of one constitution, one nation, continues to inspire generations yet to come. I thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Judge Chiela, for your profound speech. Colleagues, before we move to our next item, which is the panel of discussion, let me share with you just two quotes. Just two quotes, but allow me to share those quotes without referencing. And don't say it's a plagiarism. I quote, "The degree you will receive is a testament of your hard work, but your character will determine how you use it." In the legal profession, integrity is not an optional virtue. It is your capital. Protect it fearlessly. Close quote. The next one. Your qualification will present you with many opportunities, but your ethics will define which one you take. True leadership in law means having courage to say no when compliance compromises justice. Close quote. Those were just two quotes that I just wanted to share with you before I call upon on stage our three panel members, which is Mrs. Anita, Acting Provincial Director, Legal Practice Council. Ms. Nontutuzelo Meka, Practicing Attorney at Meka Attorneys, representing both NADA, PLA and Saula. Mr. Trisha Sharma, Durban branch of the National Association Democratic Lawyers, known as NADEL. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists as they provide their valued input.
Thank you very much. My name is Anita Willoughby. I'm the Acting Director for the KZN Provincial Office of the Legal Practice Council. Just to familiarise anybody that maybe doesn't know what the Legal Practice Council is, we are the regulatory body for all legal professional, so it's either your attorneys or your advocates, your candidate attorneys, and your pupils. So if you have an ambition to become a legal practitioner, you will be engaging with us along your journey. Your first port of call would obviously be your articles or your pupillage, depending on which avenue of career path you want to take. So if you're going to want to become an attorney, you would enter into a practical vocational training contract as a candidate legal practitioner. And if you want to do, your desire is to become an advocate, you would do pupillage. Okay, so I'm just going to speak on each one a little bit, just so that you have an insight of what is involved in becoming a legal practitioner. If you're becoming an attorney, you're going to do articles. You'd have to find your own principal. You'd register a contract. You can register that contract it's normally for 24 months. If you've done the full-time PLT, you can reduce that to 12 months. In addition to doing your articles or your practical vocational training, as it's called now, you would have to, in addition, do your coursework and also pass the competency-based exams. Similarly, as if you are becoming an advocate, you would have to find your own supervisor. You'd do pupillage, you'd register a 12-month contract. You also have coursework that you have to do, and you also have competency-based exams that you have to register for. Once you have completed all of those, then you will bring your application for admission. You get admitted through the High Court. Once you are admitted, you'll either be enrolled on the practicing role or the non-practicing role, depending on whether you want to practice as a legal practitioner or whether you're going to find go into another avenue. So, as an attorney, once you're admitted, you can practice for your own account immediately. You could open up your law firm, or alternatively, you could go and work at another law firm. Similarly with an advocate, once you're admitted as an advocate, you can practice on your own, or alternatively, you could join one of the voluntary associations, the bar councils, the Society of Advocates, and practice through them. If you are electing to join one of the bars, you would have to meet their requirements for membership. At the moment, they would require your pupillage would have to be done through them. And similarly, you would also have to pass their exams. So in addition to doing the LPC's exams, you would have to pass their bar exams, and then they would allow you membership to their organization. So the LPC will be there throughout your career. They will be guiding you. If you have your own firm, there are a lot of requirements that you have to fulfill. If you would have to have your own, if you are a trust account practitioner, you would have to have a fidelity fund certificate. You'd have to do an audit each year if you're running your own firm. If you're working for a law firm, you wouldn't need all those requirements, but if you became a director of that firm or a partner, then you would. We would obviously be open to guiding you. You don't want to meet our disciplinary department. I don't want to see anybody being faced with a complaint. If you read through the rules. You would need to familiarize yourself with our rules, the code of conduct. It is all available on our website. So if you are intending to become a legal practitioner, just go through those. Our website is lpc.org.za. You go to About Us at the bottom, you scroll down, you'll find the Act, the rules, the regulations, and the code of conduct. It is wise to go through them just so that you know what is required of you, so that you don't breach any of those unintentionally. We obviously, even at this stage, I would advise you to just be careful of your conduct. It has a way of following you around. So at the stage when you're wanting to register your practical vocational training contract, the LPC is going to be looking at whether you're fit and proper to enter into a contract. And that is going to come to what have you done at university? Were you disciplined at university? Did you have a job where maybe you were disciplined at that job? And those things, or did you have a criminal conviction or an incident that led to something in rendering you maybe not unfit, maybe not fit to enter into the profession? Those are going to have to be disclosed to the LPC, and obviously that will be investigated, and we wouldn't want that to delay your registration or else to hamper it where you would not be deemed fit. So please conduct yourselves even now in a professional manner. In respect of even at your admission stage, you're going to have to make full disclosure again to the LPC as well as to the court. And remember, the court makes the final determination. So even if the LPC were to support your application, the court may not. So we expect a high standard, and that high standard is even taken before you've even entered into the profession. I don't want to scare you. It is an exciting career path. You will not be bored. There are lots of avenues that you can follow, and you're going to hear from my colleagues of all those different avenues. It is challenging. It's not easy. I know a lot of people are scared of articles or pupillage. I can tell you that you're going to learn a lot. You think that you've learned enough now. There are going to be things that you're going to be exposed to that, and it's going to go so quickly. That 2 years or 1 year period will go by so fast. I can even say now, you don't stop learning. As an attorney, you continuously, or as a legal practitioner, you're continuously learning new things. So it is a interesting career. In terms of the things that have changed with the LPC coming into operation, is that your career, it doesn't need to only go on one path. If for some reason you enter into articles, you get admitted as an attorney, and you find that your passion lies with advocacy, you can convert, and it's not a matter of you having to go to court and remove your name from the roll as in the old days and bring a whole new admission. It's just merely a conversion, and likewise, if you're an advocate, you can convert back to being an attorney. It's quite a simple process. It's an administrative thing that is done through our offices. So please don't feel overwhelmed at this point that you have to make a decision and you have to stick with it for the rest of your life. You can change career paths. I'm just trying to think of what else would be interesting. Okay, so I know that a lot of the pupils and candidates are concerned about the exams. Please don't be concerned with the competency-based exams being changed to 5. It's just more material that's just been added. It's not going to impact that greatly on you, and I'm confident that all our candidates can actually get through those exams quite easily. I'm just trying to see that I haven't missed out anything. Sorry, just bear with me for a moment. I don't want to get it too in depth with the admission process or the pupillage or the candidacy, because you can contact our officers. It was just to give you a broad overview of what is involved. We have got provincial offices, and we've got offices in all the 9 provinces. In KZN, we've got the Durban office and the Maritzburg office, so you're most welcome to contact us at that office. If you are going to be moving to another province, you approach that province. They will be more than willing to assist you and guide you on where you need to go and what assistance you need. When you bring in your application for admission, even though you've done your articles in one province, so say that you don't manage to get articles here, but this is your hometown, and this is where you desire to eventually set up practice. If you have managed to get articles in another province, and then you want to relocate back to KZN, it's fine. You will bring your admission within KZN, even though you've done your articles somewhere else. Okay, I think that I've addressed sort of what the LPC does. Although we're your regulatory body, we are also there to support you. So please do not be frightened of the LPC. You can contact us anytime. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Our next panel member is Natel, Mr. Trisha Sharma. Please come address us.
Justice is what love looks like in public. Quote by Nelson Mandela. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed for the sake of time. My name is Trishal Sharma, and I am the chairperson of NADAL, the National Association of Democratic Lawyers here in Durban. It's an honor to have this opportunity to introduce myself for this organization that has played such a significant role in shaping South Africa in the legal profession and continues to inspire the next generation of legal minds, being y'all. So what is NADAL? NADAL is a voluntary association of lawyers that was established in 1987 with a vision of promoting justice, democracy, equality, transformation, and access to justice for all South Africans. It is made up of attorneys, advocates, candidate attorneys, academics, judges, magistrates, prosecutors, and y'all, the law students, who are committed to building a fair and accessible legal system. Since its inception, NADAL has championed constitutional democracy, human rights, and the rule of law while working towards transforming the legal profession to better reflect diversity towards society. But NADAL is much more than just a professional legal association. One of its greatest strengths and investment is the young people. NADAL recognizes that today's students are tomorrow's legal professional leaders and change makers. And through its youth development initiatives, NADAL creates opportunities for students to grow both academically and professionally. NADAL also believes in giving back to its communities and the people that they serve. As part of its Nelson Mandela initiative recently held, we visited a school in KwaMashu area where we dedicated time to painting classrooms, improving the learning environments, and donating essential items to support both the learners and the school. The initiative reflects NADAL's commitments to both the learners and the school, and the initiative reflects NADAL's commitment to making a meaningful difference beyond the courtroom by investing and educating in community development. In addition, NADAL is committed to supporting and aspiring legal practitioners through its board exam preparation classes. Some of you all may have heard it. We had about 67 students where we did free board exam preparations for all the papers that were coming up. These classes are held on a regular basis for candidate legal practitioners preparing to write the board exams. Experienced legal practitioners volunteer their time to assist these candidates by sharing their knowledge, practical experience, and examination techniques, helping them prepare for this important milestone in their legal careers. Some of the programs and initiatives available for the youth are student training and mentorship programs, where aspiring lawyers receive guidance from experienced legal practitioners, human rights writing competitions, encouraging students to engage with the constitutional and human rights issues while showcasing their legal writing abilities, volunteer opportunities within the legal and human rights projects, which allows students to gain practical exposure and valuable experience, and continuous legal education seminars, conferences, workshops, and networking events, where students can learn directly from their respected legal professions. These initiatives not only help the students develop legal knowledge, but also builds confidence, leadership skills, and professional networks that they can benefit throughout their career. So now you are wondering, how can I become a student? How can I become a member of NADAL? Right? NADAL welcomes law students by becoming members through its student branches. Right? In fact, we have an extremely vibrant student chapter in UKZN, which has, I think, in excess of 100 students in it. Right? These are established at various academic institutions. Student members provides access to mentorship opportunities, legal training, networking, and practicing attorneys and advocates, leadership development, and the involvement in programs that advance justice and transformation within South Africa. Student membership is also highly affordable, making it accessible to all aspiring legal professions. I think the current rate for the students is approximately 100 Rand. For anyone considering a career in law, joining NADAL is an excellent way to gain exposure to the profession while still studying. It allows students to learn from experienced practitioners and participate in meaningful discussions about the law, and to contribute making a positive impact within their communities. In closing, I would like to encourage everyone who has a passion for justice, fairness, and making a difference to consider a career in law. Organizations like NADAL demonstrate that being a lawyer is much more about appearing in court. It's about protecting rights, serving communities, promoting equality, and strengthening our democracy. Perhaps one day, one of you here sitting today will become an attorney, advocate, magistrate, and legal leader who changes someone's life through the law. I thank you for your time and hope that this has inspired you to learn more about these exciting opportunities available through NADAL and the legal profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sham. May I request that from our speakers, those who have presentation that need to be projected, to bring their presentation to Mr. Zwide so that he can assist. Ms. Nontutuzelo, please address us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In observance of protocol, I would like to recognize, particularly Judge Jigela. I would like to recognize the management of the law faculty of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I would like to recognize the panelists that are sitting with me. I would like to recognize the head of the Department of Justice in KZN. I would like to recognize all management from the Department of Justice that are here, and all management or professionals from the prosecution, the NPA. I would like to recognize other academics from other institutions who might be with us. I would like to recognize the leadership of the student bodies within the institution, and all protocol observes. It is my honor to be standing here today to talk to future lawyers. I haven't prepared a speech. I'm not very good. I know I'm a lawyer, and I should always have submissions, written submissions to make, but this morning I decided to digress a little and to speak from experience and to give my opinion of the opportunities that are open for young lawyers. As I have been introduced, my name is Ntutu, the surname is Memka. I am a member of the South African Women Lawyers Association, which was established in 2006. So it is also celebrating its 20th year in existence. I'm also a member of the Black Lawyers Association, which was established in 1977. And next year it will be turning 50. And I'm mentioning the years because we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Now, in celebrating the Constitution, we have to look back from where we came from, we look where we are, and we look into to where we are going as the legal profession. One of the objectives of the Constitution as set out in the preamble that was read before we started was to free the potential of every South African. And now that we're 30 years old, we now to realize the values that are in the Constitution. It is no longer about aspiring to be. It is no longer about regurgitating. We need to bring those into realization. And it is this generation of future lawyers that is now going to carry on the debate and bring those values into Constitution, into realization for the benefit of all South Africans, not just some, as the Constitution says. The generations before you have fought a good fight. They have ensured that the Constitution is realized through breaking the barriers of racism, classism, gender discrimination. Those battles are still being fought, to be realistic, but our generation and the one before us is still fighting those battles. And we do that so that this generation does not have to deal with all those. Like the generation before, it fought apartheid, so that by the time we got where we are in the we entered the profession, that was a battle that we had to continue, but most people had died for us to reap the benefits. Now it is your generation that is going to carry the responsibility of realizing the values in the Constitution. One of the important things that needs to be realized in the Constitution is social justice. Our society is as it is because in 30 years of the Constitution having come into effect, social justice has not been realized for our people. We battle poverty as a society. We battle gender discrimination as a society. And it, in its extreme form, is gender-based violence. One of the things that this society is battling. We're battling high rate of unemployment. The Constitution promised us that it would release the potential of everyone. But with we are in 2026 and 40% of the youth is unemployed. And in that 40%, there are graduates, law graduates, among them graduates from other fields, but mostly law graduates are in that 40%. And that won't change until you, as this generation, do something about it. You can't sit as your parents and cry about your unemployment, and you sit and cry with us about your unemployment. You have the responsibility now to reimagine the present and the future. You have the responsibility to think out of the box. We no longer need universities or tertiary institutions that are going to produce in large numbers law graduates that have passed LLBs regurgitating the law that is there. That's not going to bring about the changes that are needed. We need institutions that are going to produce critical thinkers. The law is there. The law has been made by lawmakers. The law is implemented, but the law isn't cast in stone. Courts bring about changes in the law through case law. In interpreting the laws, they are able to bring about changes in the law. It is the responsibility of lawyers. When I say lawyers, thank you. It is the responsibility of lawyers, and when I say lawyers, I don't talk about only legal practitioners. Even those that are not practicing but are practicing their trade, whether it's in the business sphere, in the economic sphere, in whatever spheres lawyers are found, they need to be able to think out of the box, think critically, so that we can bring about change. We know that there aren't as many attorneys or advocates as there are law graduates who are seeking placement for articles or for pupillage. So now, you need to start exploring other possibilities other than getting into legal practice. When we started practicing, there weren't a lot of opportunities that we were exposed to. I'm not saying they were not there. I'm saying we were not exposed to. You could either go and become an advocate, you could go and become an attorney, you could go become a prosecutor, and from there, we could all then rise into the levels of judicial officers, be it in the lower courts or the high courts. You live in a different era. You have so many opportunities open to you. You have technology to your advantage. And through your exposure via technology, you are exposed to so many opportunities. So that is why, as you go through your studies, you need to start being creative, thinking creatively, and thinking broadly, and looking at other avenues where you can practice or where you can, um, yes, practice law or be engaged in businesses or activities that your law degree will help you with. You know, there are people who are lawyers, but you find them in the development of technology. You know, we talk AI now, artificial intelligence. And when artificial intelligence is developed, it has to be done within the framework of law. They can't develop IA and not take into account the existing legal framework. So, guess who has to ensure that everything that IA does is within the legal framework? It's the lawyers. And there come new opportunities that come with new technology. You look at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, it operates within a legal framework. And behind the people that are in the stock exchange, there are lawyers who advise. You go to corporates, big corporates, multinationals, they have legal in-house counsel. You know, you look at parliament, I'm sure most people forget that there are actually legal advisors in parliament who advise parliamentarians to operate within the legal framework that they are expected to operate. You look at political parties, they have legal advisors who advise them. You look at the IEC, it has its own legal people. You look at the municipalities, you know we're going into elections now. All the legal advisors are going to be very busy to ensure that during elections, everybody operates within the framework of electoral law. So, when you think, when I get my LLB, what am I going to do? You must be very broad in your thinking. Some of you are more inclined towards academic. Some of you love reading, love researching, and some of you probably even have a passion to help others as you study in this journey. So why not become a lecturer if you are inclined that way? That is a possible career path. And it isn't something that you should consider when you think, I can't get articles, I can't get pupillage, I might as well go to academics. No. Every aspect of law deserves the best. So if you find that you have a passion for that, focus your attention on that, including academics. And being a good lawyer wherever you find yourself requires that you love studying. You know, to be a critically thinking lawyer, TikTok is not really going to help you. All the time you spend on TikTok and social media, on Instagram, my advice would be, it would be better spent reading
not only law books, but reading other literature. That expands your mind because then you're able to learn things outside the legal sphere, but that will help you in future, in whatever other careers you venture into with your law degree. Your law degree is actually a stepping stone to greater things. You know, they say the sky is the limit when you have a law degree, whether it's a law degree or a law degree together with another degree in commerce, or there's media law. You know, the auditor, the big auditing house have lawyers to advise them. So there are opportunities there as well. There is sports law. You know, we were all just watching the World Cup, Soccer World Cup. FIFA has lawyers. There is even an international court of sport. And when clubs are aggrieved about what happens during sports activities, national and international, the cases end up in that court. You know, we have the rugby union, the cricket union, the SAFA. All those organizations have lawyers that advise them. You know, when players misbehave, they have to go through tribunals. And guess who represents them in those tribunals? Lawyers. And guess who presides in those tribunals? Lawyers. So when you think of where you can apply your trade or where you can go to in terms of career, think broadly. There's prosecution. And prosecution is very wide. Prosecution, ladies and gentlemen, is not only about prosecuting or cat my class. It's very wide. There's environmental law, and guess who prosecutes the culprits that kill our Bejanis? The prosecutors, they have to know the law about the environment, about the natural species of animals. You know, there's marine law, there's prosecution for destroying marine life. So prosecution, when you think prosecution, please don't think about you getting the ones that commit the crimes that we see every day. It's a very wide. I'm sure most of you did not know there was something called IBEC until you saw it on TV. And prosecutors are working there. So prosecution is also another area that you can go into. It's very wide, it's very interesting. And I know the NPA is going to come, hopefully, and say something, but every year the NPA advertises for aspirant prosecutor programs. And the qualification is those people that have an LLB degree. So you need to look out for that every year if you are more inclined towards prosecution. And the one thing I also wanted to mention is the judiciary. Judge Jigala has spoken about the judiciary. When we talk about realizing everybody's potential, it means using your potential to get up to the bench, whether it's in the lower court, whether it's in the higher court. It's not for a select few that come from specific backgrounds, specific. Judges were also law students coming from different institutions, just like you. But because they focused on their legal career and they were consistent and made sure that even in their behavior, they have no dents, they were able to get to ascend to the bench. That is why the judge was talking about integrity. It is central. That is why Anita was talking about what you do now will follow you. So if as a student you engage in risky activities that might end up putting you in a position where you find yourself having a criminal record, if you decide that you want either to go to prosecution or you go and be a legal practitioner, I'm not going to lie to you, it's going to be a very steep hill to ascend. So your behavior must start being modified here at this level. And one last area that I know I intend to be long-winded. But I also wanted to place this reality before you. You know, the legal profession, even after 30 years of the Constitution and the transformative aspirations that are there for the citizens of this country, the legal professions remain very patriarchal and untransformed. So I don't want you to have to think it's a honeymoon to get into the legal profession. You're going to face challenges as a woman getting into the profession. You're going to face challenges being a person of color getting into the profession. It's not going to be easy, but it requires you to have tenacity. It requires you to have the fight within you to get what you want. And it's going to require of you to make sacrifices to get to where you want to be. So it's not going to be an easy journey, but it is a journey that is going to be worth it if you're prepared to take the journey. And the last I wanted to mention is, you know, the laws are made, and we all have to work within the framework of the laws. But as this generation, you need to look at the laws critically now. You need to make these laws work for you and work for the society at large. And to be able to do that, you need to think transformatively about the law. I don't know if this conversation is still going on at tertiary institutions, the decolonization of the law. I don't know if you have decided, no, that's just too much. You need to move to other conversation. But if the conversation of the decolonization of the law is still a conversation that is being had in tertiary institutions, that conversation mustn't just be a conversation. When you go into practice, we need to see the practical decolonization of the law, the existing law. You know, I want to make an example. We all know that the language of law in this country is English, right? And that is the language that is spoken in the courts, that is judgments are written in. but they are people that are revolutionary, people that are critical thinkers, people that want to make the law alive and dynamic. And I'm just reminded of a recent judgment in the Southern High Court written by Judge Mota. And the citation of that case is Msipa Emelidora. That's the applicant, and the respondents are Chai Poncho Anna, the Minister of Home Affairs, and the Master of the High Court. That judgment was delivered by Judge Mota on the 17th of June 2026. And that judgment is in respect of the recognition of customary marriages in South Africa. And what I like about that judgment is that he analyzed the act that this judgment relates to, the recognitions of customary law. And he says, first of all, I want to deal with the language in which that act is written. And the phrase and the definition of words in the recognition of customary laws act. And he says, the first thing that is wrong about that, about the definitions there, is that they try to translate concepts that are Zulu into English. And when that is done, it changes the whole meaning of this concept. For example, he says in his judgment, they talk about ukulobola, and when it's translated, ulobola, and when it's translated into English, it's called a bride price. And he says that in itself is wrong. We don't buy wives. Lobola is not a bride price. And he goes into other definitions in the Act that when you try to interpret them into English, they change the whole meaning of the word. And he then proceeds to say, because I'm dealing with the Recognition of Customary Act, I am now going to write this judgment so that I don't make that misnomer. I'm going to write this judgment in isiZulu. You know, he doesn't say in isiZulu, he says Ngeligamaker, meaning the Zulu language. And he proceeds and he writes a beautiful judgment in isiZulu. You know, such eloquent, when you read this judgment, you want to pause and laugh sometimes because of the way, you know, it's like he's an orator when he writes this judgment. And it's written in isiZulu. And if you can go and read this judgment for yourself, you will see, you know, the kind of mentality that he has in first writing that judgment in isiZulu and the way he lays it down. And so that is why I said you need to be critical thinkers, you need to think outside the box, and you need to be able to reimagine the law so that this law is applicable to the society at large, and it's able to bring social justice. And I hope by the end of your LLBs, you will be critical thinkers, you will be revolutionary thinkers in your mind, because that is what it's going to require for you to survive and to take the baton from the previous generation and to go forward and to make a society that benefits all the people who live in this country. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Memka. Revolutionize this legal field. We must transform Lobola. Yes, that discussion must not end. Thank you so much to our panel members. We are now going to, before we excuse them to go back to their seat, we are now going to open an opportunity for students to raise their concern, question, any clarity that they want to ask from the panel in front. Colleagues from Department of Justice wearing orange scarf, may you please come inside and assist us with the roving of mic. And everyone who's outside, we're about to pray now, please come inside. No one must be left out. Colleagues, I'm going to take three sets of hands for now. Starting from this side to this side, we have mics. So can I see hands so that we are able to note? Question, clarity, comment, input from you, student. This is about you. You can't leave here without saying a word. Let's go. Nothing. Thank you, one. Is there any hand from the back? This side? Okay, it seems like we have one hand. Oh, two. Thank you. Let's go.
With regarding being a law student and getting VAC work, would we go about going to firms and asking if we could do VAC work and in a professional way?
Did you get the question? May you please repeat your question?
As law students, how do we approach firms to get VAC work?
Okay, as a student, how do we approach law firms?
To get VAC work, vocational work.
To get vacation work. Thank you. I think we got the question. The second one. Don't sabotage us teaching. May you please repeat your question?
Good day, everyone. My name is Samgelo from the University of Zululand. I would like Ms. Mneka to repeat the citation of the case, of the judgment.
Thank you. Who's coming first? How do we go about approaching the law firms for VAC? Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Sorry, I've got one question.
Oh.
Okay, I'm asking this question, sorry for not standing up. I'm asking this question on behalf of all the students. Is it possible, I'll ask the judge to assist us. Is it possible for an LLB student to be able to go to the, what is this called, where the commission is? Justice School in Pretoria.
Justice College.
Justice College, yes, the Justice College. Is it possible for a student who has just passed LLB, who wants to be strictly a presiding officer, to go to that college and be trained as a presiding officer without having been done articles or admitted as an attorney or an advocate? Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Sokoni.
1, 2.
Thank you. So, my view is that it will not be a wise move, simply because there is no substitute for practical experience. Now, imagine this. You are a judge. You are given a civil, let me say, a civil trial. And you find that the parties are at odds. They are fighting about all the issues. They have not narrowed down the issues. They have been allocated only 3 days or 2 days. Now, if you look at the pleadings, you see that you are never going to finalize this case in 2 days or in 3 days. What do you do as a judge? Now, as an experienced judge, as a person who has himself or herself managed or appeared in court or attended a case work or has been involved in litigation, you will be able to say to those practitioners that, practitioners, you cannot come here and still fight about this point, because this point will be resolved by doing this and that. Now, you guide them. You can only do that with your practical experience. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but practical experience will always come in handy. You won't be able to analyze the documents, interpret the documents, understand where the parties are, if you yourself, you don't have that kind of experience. It doesn't have to be much, but at least I would recommend that you do your articles, if possible. You practice a little bit as a lawyer, whether you are in the lower courts, high courts, attorneys, advocates. Any practical experience will be of assistance to you. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question. Yes, Ms. Memga would like to add.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sakon. The answer is an emphatic no. No, you need to be a judicial officer. That Justice College is meant to train judicial officers. So to be a judicial officer, there's a threshold you must pass, and experience as a practitioner or an academic is a requirement. So no, it's an emphatic no. You can't just with an LLB find yourself in Justice College. Yes, like with all other departments that take on interns, that is people with degrees, I'm sure they have positions for interns at the Justice College, like they have law researchers at the High Court, and there are law clerks who have a little bit degrees at the Constitutional Court. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to thank our panelists for their insightful presentation and input to this discussion, and request that we have our next panel, which is Ms. Samgelisiwe Twala, a senior prosecutor, Mr. Peter Mhlongo, supervisory legal practitioner from Legal Aid South Africa, and Advocate Tsietsi Sibeleja from Department of Justice and Constitutional Development from a unit called Legislation Drafting. Once again, thank you very much, members of the panel. You can be excused. Our panelists, please proceed to the stage. Sorry. One panel member is missing. Okay, for the sake of time, we can start.
Okay, while we prepare for that, I would like to greet everyone and really say that I'm honored to have been invited as one of the panel members. I also want to greet distinguished guests. I see Judge Tigela is out. I don't know whether she went to sit down. I also would like to say all protocol observed so that nobody feels left out and unacknowledged. Standing before you is Ms. Samukelisiwe Twala. I am the representative for the National Prosecuting Authority. I am representing KwaZulu-Natal today. My position in the NPA is the Senior Public Prosecutor. I am also the tutor for the aspirant program for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I am here to give a small presentation without wasting any time about the NPA shortly and also the aspirant program. Firstly, I would also like to just share the fact that for me today, this is a full circle moment because in the year 2005 to 2009, I was in fact a student here at Howard College. And if you really are just wondering what will become of your studies and your hard work, I am an example of that. So the National Prosecuting Authority, in short, is actually guided by two legislations. That is the Constitution, as well as the National Prosecuting Act 32 of 1998. And more specifically, the legislation Sorry, I'm just finding the slide where I'm at now. Yes, and most particularly the legislation that actually guides in terms of section is section 179, subsection 2 of the Constitution, that actually empowers the NPA to act in institution criminal proceedings on behalf of the state and to carry out its mandate and functions which are necessary for incidental to institution of criminal proceedings. In the NPA Act, we've got section 20 that empowers us or gives us the power to institute and conduct criminal proceedings and carry out necessary functions to institute and conduct criminal proceedings, as well as to discontinue the criminal proceedings in the interest of justice. That is when we are provided with a docket and we see that there are in fact no prospects of a successful prosecution. We therefore can decline to prosecute as well.
it is evident that the NPA's core function is prosecution, and for some it might come as a surprise, but we are also lawyers. The only difference is that we are lawyers for the people. That obviously involves the victims of crimes mostly. Our functions are to deliver and serve justice without fear or favor, and to promote a culture of public responsibility, accountability, and morally. That is why we have accused before court who now have a case to answer, and the judges and magistrates will then rule on their guilt or innocence. We ensure that the public confidence in the criminal justice system is upheld, and we contribute to the growth of South African economy by actually prosecuting matters that involve cybercrime as well as money laundering. When you will hear around the news that there is this buzzword around money laundering, where we are protecting South Africa's economy from being part of the criminal activities. With regards to the aspirant program, there are various units within the NPA, but as far as prosecution in court is concerned, we fall under the NPS unit, which is the National Prosecuting Service. And in there, the responsibility is to investigate and prosecute crime and manage interactions with victims and other role players, because when cases are brought to court, it doesn't only end with the victim getting justice, but there are referrals that are made to social workers, to other institutions where they can get further help outside of their cases in court. Then I will now focus on the aspirant program. The aspirant program requirements for you, in order for you to apply for the aspirant program, you do need to have the South African LLB or an equivalent foreign qualification certified as such by SACA. And the position that you'll be applying for is to be an aspirant prosecutor. And the program does aim to equip LLB students with the basics capabilities, which will ensure that they have the foundational skills to effectively prosecute in criminal cases. So it is just the start. The duties, once you are accepted into the program, will be firstly a 12-month training program that has firstly interactive learning sessions, so you spend a few months in class with me while we go through the theory of it. And then there is mock trials when we are now preparing you to go into court. And then finally there is the practical court work and administrative duties that you will learn within the program. Just to shortly take you through the process of the recruitment and the application process, there will be an advert which is currently out for the post of the aspirant prosecutor program, and it has been published. Also, you can also follow us on the Facebook page. The NPA has a Facebook page where you will follow on the developments around the aspirant prosecutor program and recruitment process. So once you have applied, the applications are screened, and if you qualify, that is, you have an LLB or equivalent. And I also want to emphasize that fourth-year students currently can apply as well. So it is not only a person who has completed, but if you're currently a fourth-year student and you are confident that you're going to make it and pass, then you can also apply for the aspirant program. And once the selection process has been done, you will then be invited to write an exam. Once you have written the exam and you are successful there, you will be called for an interview. If you are successful in the interview, you will then be joined, or you'll be asked to join us or invited to join us in the aspirant program. So once you have been selected or you are successful and been invited to write the exam, there is a study guide that is available on our website that you will use to study and prepare for your exam. And in the recruitment process, I want to say that the study guide, it includes the law of evidence, criminal law, criminal procedure. It's focused on priority crimes like GBV and your cyber crimes, application of the Child Justice Act, application of the Electronic Communications and Transaction Act. So it basically will introduce you to studying what awaits you when you are within the profession. And the entry exam is just mainly based on the study guide. There'll be nothing outside of the study guide that will be asked in the entry exam. There will be 150 multiple choice questions, and you'll have 3 hours to write the paper. The interviews, if you're successful from passing the exam into being invited for interviews, are also based on the study guide. So don't be afraid that you'll be tricked into something that is outside of the study guide. And then you'll get scenario-based questions. When I talk about scenario-based questions, I mean questions where we will give you a scenario of something that would happen and ask you what you would do or what law you would apply in that scenario. Then test the ability to assess and interpret the legal principles. It'll offer you an opportunity to demonstrate reasoning in your decision-making and test the technical, generic, and ethical skills as well. Because ethics is really a foundation of being a prosecutor. The Aspirant Prosecutor Program, as it is outlined there, that is what it consists of, but mainly our training is just to be impactful so that you are able to be a good prosecutor once you start practicing. What it entails, that is the Aspirant Prosecutor Program, once you are in it and practicing as an aspirant prosecutor, it has 13 modules. The specified outcomes, specified assessment criteria, and practical tasks. Currently, the group for KwaZulu-Natal that is in Matadeni Training Center is on module 13. They've started their way into making their way into court so that they can be finally assessed in November, and then the process proceeds if they make it. You must also remember that once you're in the aspirant program, it does not mean that you have now been appointed as a prosecutor. Like I've indicated, that there's 13 modules which you have to pass. From module 1, an aspirant prosecutor is expected to pass at 70% and move on to module 2, module 3, right up until module 13. If you do not make it and we feel that you have not qualified under the aspirant program, you will not then proceed to be appointed as a prosecutor, because most people seem to think that once you have been appointed as an aspirant prosecutor, it is an automatic entry into being a permanent prosecutor. You do have to pass your modules in order to be put forward to actually go into being a permanent prosecutor. The expected outcomes from the program is that you make, you'll be taught to make responsible decisions in accordance with the law and promote justice in society, guide investigation and ensure that evidence is collected and preserved according to legal principles and the Constitution, present evidence in court according to the law and the Constitution, draft legal documents, present motivated legal arguments, carry out functions according to the values of the NPA. Then you may wonder, once I pass the modules and I make it in the aspirant prosecutor program and I'm appointed permanently, what are my options within the NPA? If you would look at the slide there is a National Director of Public Prosecutions, that is Advocate Matibi, and then there's a Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions. So once you have an LLB and you are successful in the aspirant prosecutor program, the opportunities are, as you will see there at the bottom, you start as an aspirant prosecutor. And once you are successful, you are then appointed as a district court prosecutor. Within that field, there are posts that are now advertised that you can apply for if you meet the requirements. You can apply and become a regional court prosecutor or become a control prosecutor. And from there, you can then apply and become a senior public prosecutor like myself. And the next step from there is being a chief public prosecutor, and the executive or management, the higher management, are the 10 DPPs, the Director of Public Prosecutions in each province. That is practiced in the magistrates' courts. In the High Court, you get your executive, your management, which are 5 special directors of public prosecutions. You get your deputy directors of public prosecutions, your senior state advocates, and your state advocates. But the starting point is being a state advocate. So most people, they can go from being district court prosecutors, and with the relevant years, according to the advert of being a state advocate, can move directly to being state advocates and then going up the ranks. You can still also go from being a regional court prosecutor to applying for being a state advocate. Then I want to discuss the specialized units within NPS. Remember I said that's National Prosecution Service. There's sexual offenses and community affairs, which we call SOCA. There's organized crime, OCC, special commercial crimes, specialized tax unit, priority crimes litigation unit, investigative directorate against corruption, which I think I would presume that by now you know it's IDAC. Okay. And then if you have civil experience, you might also wonder what are your opportunities. There is a unit, which is asset forfeiture unit, and the positions would be applied, and if you meet the requirements, you stand then you can be a state advocate, a senior state advocate, and a deputy director of public prosecutions, and their duties are to undertake litigation and supervision of litigation, representing the state in all courts conducting civil litigation. So they are mainly focused on the civil side of prosecution. There is also the legal affairs division, and if you meet the requirements of the advert, you can be state advocate in that division, senior state advocates, and the director of public prosecutions. Their duties are to undertake litigation and supervision litigation, representing the NPA in the civil claims, assist the state attorney in all litigations against the NPA, because there are civil claims that, in fact, do come up with regards to malicious prosecution and all sorts. So this division is mainly for that. So before I conclude my presentation, and I hope I'm not going over time, I do want to stress that if you're going to be joining the NPA or you aspire to be in the NPA, you do have to be firstly driven by your commitment to the Constitution. And if you are driven by your commitment to the Constitution, you will inevitably then be driven by your passion to justice. We do not want to have you come in the NPA, like Ms. Mega has alluded to, so that you can think that it's a honeymoon, or you think that you are in it for the money. Because if you are in it for the money, then you will be ego-driven and forget about the communities that you have to serve. Because as a prosecutor, you will not only be working in the posh high courts, or you will not only be working in the courts that have all the services. Some of our prosecutors do end up in the rural areas where they have to serve those people. And if you are driven by money, or if you are driven by comfort, you will not survive. You do have to come into this profession with passion for the community and for the victims of crime. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and special greetings to our main stakeholders, being you students or aspiring lawyers, prosecutors. My name is Peter Mhlongo. I'm coming from Legal Aid South Africa. I'm one of the supervisors. I'm based at Umlazi local office. I'm here to actually give some information. I know most of you know about Legal Aid South Africa. This is the biggest law firm, I must say. We are having offices across the country, and here in KZN, we've got 10 offices. That includes their satellite offices. So, in terms of our program, we do mostly criminal work. And as a candidate attorney that you aspire to join us, or if you eventually join us, you will be expected to do court work about 90% of your day, or 95% of your day, because you are expected to be in court. But before I get to what or how you get to be into the organization, I want to link this presentation with the theme of today. As you have heard from the previous speakers, that we are celebrating Mandela. And as one of the speakers did mention, that Mandela was also a lawyer himself. And part of what he did during those years of the struggle, he opened an office, a law firm, together with Oliver Tambo. And if you go back to history, and you will establish, or you will see that the main purpose of them opening that office was to ensure that they service the poor, black, and disadvantaged communities. So that is what history tells us, and that is what history will actually, that you will see as to how we became into existence. It then goes without saying that Legal Aid South Africa had to be informed, or had to be incorporated into our constitution, because they did actually identify that previously there were people who were unable to access basic human rights. And as you may know, lawyers were told they are expensive, and I can assure you they are expensive. Then legal aid had to be born, and they had to provide services to the people for free. As the Constitution, subsection 35, you will know that you are having some rights as an suspected, arrested, and accused person. As a result, you will require some sort of representation at a state expense if you cannot afford one. Then that is where we come in as Legal Aid South Africa to provide that legal representation. Part of our values is to ensure that we provide not just legal representation, but quality legal services to the people. If you look at the number of matters that are in court, you can go to any other court. You look at the court role that is being dealt with on that particular day. Out of 20 matters that are set for that particular day, I can assure you 15 of those will definitely be legal aid matters. It means 5 will actually be either someone will be representing myself, or will be representing by a private attorney. Then we had to then come up with a strategy now to make sure that when we are handling so many matters, we do provide quality legal services. Then that is where our values then come in. Because part of our values, we need to show Ubuntu, because those people that uses our service, they we are the last line of defense for those people when it comes to legal representation. So we cannot just give any service just because they are not actually paying us. We are being paid by taxpayers. So all we need to do is to ensure that a person on the street, Mama Dlamini, who hasn't seen a court anywhere, but he's able to enjoy the same service that someone out in Sentin who paid R1 million to an attorney enjoy the very same service. So that is where we come in. One of the things that I'm sure, as you are our guest today, that you are interested in is to how to get into be in this organization. We have, okay, firstly, maybe let me just point out, Legal Aid has been the best employer for the past 10 years consecutively, for the past 10 years. So it means we are able to keep the HR employing practices for all these years. And we also ensure that the employment equity is taken into account, meaning we do not actually discriminate whether you are coming from this background or that background, or whether you've got a disability or not. So we do accommodate everyone in terms of the equity. So this is what I want to actually point out. When you want to join Legal Aid as a candidate attorney, you must have actually completed your LLB. And you must make sure that whenever you get an opportunity, you go to our website, because we don't actually take the CV and you take it to the nearest office, because Legal Aid is almost in every town. Then you go to our website. You then select which province, because you may be studying in KZN, but it does not actually guarantee you that you want to work in KZN. You may want to be working in the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, or any other place. As I've indicated earlier, our offices are across the country. So we're using that one website to make an application for our candidate legal recruitment program. So you then select which province you prefer. And once you get into that website, it will then ask you 3 offices of your preferred choice. I know from the experience that I've seen, people love Durban so much, especially with, I'm talking about KZN. People love Durban office, I don't know why. You find that, when you're sitting in the interviews, you ask a person, which one is your preferred office? I think 95% of the candidates, they always say Durban. I don't know what Durban, maybe our product there may be able to tell us as to what is it that is happening in Durban. But what I want to point out is that once you get into that website, it will ask you at least 3 offices that you prefer. As I've indicated, just do your research before you apply, because each office is serving a particular community. As I've indicated, KZN, we've got 10 offices with their satellite offices, but you need to focus on the 10. So out of those 3 offices, when you are being interviewed, you are interviewed on the basis that you are more likely to go to those 3 offices. Obviously, you will be asked as to which one you prefer the most out of the interview. Then the interview will proceed, but before I will explain later on as to how you got to be interviewed. But once you get interviewed and you are asked which one, it doesn't actually mean that the one that you did not select, you can actually mention, because you may have actually be wanting, or circumstances have changed, that when you made the choice, you were in Durban, but now you are staying South Coast in Port Shepstone, so now you want to, so you will be asked in the interview. So it's not like when you have actually opted Durban, Pietermaritzburg, and Pinetown, and that is where you will be interviewed for. So that can actually be a change during the practical interview. That is, if you make it to that level. And this is what I want to actually highlight. When you want, okay, after you've actually applied, you will then be required to do an assessment test. An assessment test, you are given a due date. Normally, I think it's about 48 or 72 hours, where they will send you a link. A link, it takes about or you are required to do it within 45 minutes. That link, as soon as you start, you click start. You cannot pause and think and then go and do other things. You need to complete within the prescribed time, and you need to score at least 70% of that test. There will be questions there, I think about 3 or 4 questions. And that assessment, you need to write and make sure you are prepared and you answer the questions as they are, so that you can get that 70% mark. The reason why you need to get a 70% mark, because if you get less, you don't see the second leg of the interview, which is where you will sit with us in the panel and we interview you. So that 70% is the one that is the first leg, and then which gets you to the next level. Once you pass that exam, then you will be called, and you will then be interviewed. Normally these days there are so many changes that the organization had to go through from COVID, even before that. But lately, the interviews are conducted via Teams. So when you are called to come or to present yourself in the interview, make sure you are, obviously they will send you a link, but make sure you've got connectivity, you are sorted, you are in a good space, no interruption. It's very painful. I interviewed one guy. It's very painful when you are sitting in the panel, you are waiting for someone to connect, and you can see a person is, I'm not sure whether it's a Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi, but it pains us to see, because you may miss a very good candidate, just because the candidate was not prepared in terms of the setting up of for the interview. So sometimes you get distracted, people are busy greeting. There is a gentleman who was being greeted as we were busy interview, because a person who's passing by doesn't even understand that this person is actually involved in such a very serious process. So that is why I'm pleading with you guys to say, when you are having an interview, make sure all those things, the time, the setup, and your camera data and everything is in order, so that by the time we start the interview, we don't have any hiccups, because it kind of puts you in the back foot if we start having issues with network and all of those things. All right, so once we get to that point of interviewing you, and then you will then be appointed. But I want to actually point out something. The legal aid, we know that when we are getting you into articles, you are basically, it's one step which leads you to become an admitted attorney. So at legal aid, we expect you to be writing exams. It's not like you are employed, so you're going to be serving articles with no writing of board exam. I know some of them, they think by coming in, then it's part of the employment. No, it's not. Once you come in, that is where things start happening, especially in preparing you for your board exams. Number one, okay, maybe let me just, we'll give you money for what we're calling it rope allowance. Rope allowance is where we want you to buy your gown and all of those things. That's 2,500 rand on top of what you'll be getting. That is your first, I know you guys, I'm sure you will be most interested in that. That we're also paying for your exams as well. When LPC says the exam is like the one that is coming now, legal aid is paying for you to sit in those exams. They're paying for your registration fee. And the most important part, what legal aid brings to ensure that you are ready for those exams, there is a CA support school. There are classes, you can ask anyone at legal aid who's serving articles. There is a class every Saturday between 8 and 12. Those classes are conducted by people who prepare our candidate attorneys across the country for the exams that are the upcoming exams. And that school, we do get, I'm also one of the markers of the assignments of this class. We do get the memo. I do check whether my candidates were actually in attendance on weekend, and I then mark the assignments because they need to submit it online. It will then come straight to me, and then I will check. So this is one of the interventions that the legal aid is actually bringing into this program, because we understand that it's not an employment. So if we don't prepare you beyond the articles, so it means you will just be serving and then you'll be unemployable beyond your 2 years. So what I'm trying to point out is that all of that is done to ensure that you are being given quality advantage that will actually make you, at the time that you complete your articles, you will be done with your board exams too, you'll be eligible to be admitted, and then you won't have any issues with phoning LPC now and again about this and that. So these are the things that you need to actually understand about legal aid. We do an extra mile to make sure that as a candidate, you get out of the organization after 2 years being fully equipped. And just before I close, part of, there are 2 contracts that I want to actually highlight. There's an employment contract, which will employ you for 2 years. There's also a performance contract. That is where you will deal with me in terms of your performance throughout the contract, because the employment contract will tell you about that you're coming at 8, you're earning so much, you're coming at 8, you're leaving at 4. But the performance contract, it is where I come in, because I will be monitoring your performance. I will be watching you in court, following you around, and making sure that your files, you're representing the client, there are no complaints about you. Just a practical example, I've got in my office about 3 candidate attorneys that started in somewhere in May. I can tell you today they are in court. They are doing they are representing clients today as I'm standing here. These people, they started in May. So the training that we subject our candidates in, it's so intense that it prepares you so much so that you are ready to actually get to court and represent. LPC is not giving us any problem, because in terms of registration, within a week or within 3 days, lately I must actually commend LPC. We are getting a right of appearance within like 2 or 3 days lately. So it means by the time you sign an employment contract today, so by next week you are eligible to go to court and represent client. But we don't actually throw you to court. We do conduct what we call a beginner training. So we had to do that training, a very intense training. It took about 2 or 3 weeks. And then we make them observe for a few or so days. But I can tell you now, those 3 candidates under my supervision, they are in court today, LPC. I'm comfortable with that, so we won't actually receive any complaints about them. So with that said, colleagues, I must actually indicate that it is, this organization, it requires someone who has a passion. We must have Ubuntu as part of our values. We must have Ubuntu, because the people that you are dealing with is not one of those clients that you think about when you think of clients when you're watching too much series. You will get someone that you know, all types of clients that you can think of. Those are our clients. And if you don't treat them well and give or have that element of Ubuntu in you, it will show because of the number of complaints and also how you handle that case, because each case presents itself differently. So it requires you to be so dynamic that you are ready to tackle the challenge, and that client, when that client leaves the office, that client must have been assisted. And we do actually receive complaints. Some complaints are founded, some are not founded. So when you join in, make sure you love what you are doing. And please don't be those candidates that come here at 8 and at 5 to 4 standing there by the door, is ready to leave. You will never make it. I can tell you now, as they are sitting there, my colleagues, they'll tell you, if you are one of those people who are leaving just as everyone is leaving, trust me, you'll never actually make a cut. So please, at this point, this is your chance, this is your time to ensure that whatever that you put into your work ethic from the school, until you get to the workplace, it will show, and then you will not actually regret it later on in your life. Maybe when you are giving me problems, you'll see it as a good thing, but later on, it will catch up with you. But for you guys, I trust every one of you that you will be behaving, and I will see you beyond what this presentation was about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. Thank you to Ms. Samgetsi Twala. Let me now invite Advocate Tsietsi. I don't know how we're going to do it.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's actually afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. And all protocols observed. The program will say that the person standing in front of you is Advocate Tsietsi Sibele-Metse. Actually, he's become unavailable to be here with you, and he asked me to come and share this presentation with you on behalf of my branch in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. My name is Makubela Mukudubete. I'm a senior state law advisor in the department, specifically in the Chief Directorate Legislative Development and Implementation. I'm actually glad to be here with you because I can immediately say how lucky you are that you are here today, receiving the presentation that you have received since this morning, because many of us as colleagues and panelists here may have not received such presentation and briefing. Hence I can say with great certainty that you are indeed lucky to be here. I'm also a lawyer by qualification. I did a BA, LLB, and LLM. Does anyone want to guess where I did those degrees? Right here. I'm a graduate of this university, and I'm therefore an alumni of this institution. Now, to start with, the presentation that I'm going to give today is legislative drafting. And I don't know if there's a course that is offered now at this varsity on legislative drafting. Do you have that course? Because when I was studying here, it was not yet offered. Is it available? Is it offered? No, not yet. Okay, no, that's fine. But there are other institutions and universities and other institutions of higher learning that are already providing this training on legislative development. Now, the structure of the branch, that is the branch Legislative Development and Legal Services, has got 4 chief directorates. One which is Legislative Development and Implementation. The second one is the South African Law Reform Commission. And the third one is the Rules Board for Courts of Law and the Chief Directorate Legal Services. Now, I'm going to start with Legislative Development and Implementation because that is the branch or the unit or the Chief Directorate that I'm working at the moment. Now, this unit deals with the investigation, preparation, promotion, and promulgation of primary and secondary legislation. If you haven't learned, you are going to learn in due course the difference between primary and secondary legislation. But now, in short, the primary legislation, when we talk about that, we are talking about acts of parliament. And the secondary legislation, we're talking mostly about the rules of court or even the regulations. Now, primary legislation is what we do mostly, and the other acts of parliament will require that there must be regulations that must be prepared so as to give effect to the primary legislation that I just spoke about. I can make an example. You will have heard about the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act. Have you heard of that? It's the act, it was actually drafted by me, that has been signed into law. It was in 2024 by the President. This legislation is the product of a judgment from the Constitutional Court, which judgment legalized the use of cannabis, well known as dacha. You know, the Constitutional Court said, Parliament, you must legalize this. That emanated from the declaration by that court of the sections of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act unconstitutional, particularly section 4B and 5B of those of that act. Those sections were declared unconstitutional because the court found them to be in conflict or contravening the right to privacy of an adult person. Now, the court directed Parliament to amend the act, and particularly those sections, so as to give the adults the right to use, possess, and cultivate cannabis or dacha, but in their private places. Now, as a result of that, we drafted that legislation, and we drafted it as a standalone so as to take it out of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. The act has not come into operation because at this stage we are finalizing the regulations that are required to be promoted by that act. You might have heard we published these regulations in February this year to invite the public to give comments. The closing date was the 5th of March this year. I don't know, did you guys see that? Did you give comments on that? No. Well, you're busy studying, I can understand that, but it's fine. So now, we have received the comments, and then we have revised the regulations, and they await the approval by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development so that they can be sent to Parliament for approval as well. I will talk briefly about the processes that we take in developing legislation. Now, the other functions that we have in the department is to advise the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the Director General on matters of a legal nature. So it's not like we are working on legislation only. We do give advice from time to time as the Minister, the Deputy Minister, or the Director General can direct us. So we'll do the investigation in terms of research so as to come up with an advice. Now, we also do bring into operation new or amending acts as promoted by the department. The new act, I just made an example of the Cannabis Act. It's a new act, it is not an amendment act. Then the amendment act will be, an example will be the Domestic Violence Amendment Act. I'm sure you have heard of that. We had to amend the act during a COVID pandemic so as to close the gaps that were existing at that time, and due to the incidents of domestic violence that were prevalent during that time. So that is one example of an amending act that we have promoted as the department. We also do attend workshops, seminars, and conferences on issues relating to legislation. I'll make an example. The South African Human Rights Commission has invited us to give a briefing on one of the legislation that we have done. And That's what happens most of the time. Any institution can invite us to do the presentation, and we always avail ourselves to come and do that. Hence, we are also here to share with you what we do as legislative drafters in the department. So we also do inputs on the annual legislative program, which is the program that we prepare for a period of 1 year, stating the acts that we are going, or the bills, as we call them, that we are going to promote within a particular year. So now, when we get instructions to draft a law, obviously we'll start with the drafting, conducting research. So as a result, research skills are very important. I'm sure you do a research adversity here, and which will come in handy when you do apply for the post within our unit. So we'll conduct the research, and not only in relation to our legislation within the Republic, we also consider foreign legislation and see how they can assist us and to improve the legislation that we are working on. So now, you will not be alone, but to do the research, you'll do it alone. Do that research and then draft the bill, which will be submitted to your supervisor to see if that bill is actually correct and it's constitutional and complies with other legislation. That is, it does not clash with other pieces of legislation, because the legislation that we draft must talk to each other, but they must not be repugnant to each other. So now, when you join the unit, you are going to be assigned to a supervisor who's going to be training you as to how to draft legislation. And to do that, then they will be taking you step by step. And it will be beneficial to you if you have done a course in legislative drafting, but I will talk about that. Those who will have had the opportunity to do that course, they stand a better chance of understanding as soon as they join the unit as to what is happening here. Because this is a specialist career that you can qualify to join in the department. So now, in order to qualify, unfortunately, you have to be, or maybe fortunately, you have to be admitted as an attorney. Right? You cannot join this legislative drafting unit without being an admitted attorney. So you have to be admitted. Obviously, then it will mean that you will have taken the articles, you have done the board exam, which will have exposed you to how the law works in practice. Now, imagine you will be drafting the law, but you haven't practiced, you haven't been in court to deal with the law that will have been promoted. So it comes in handy when you have been in practice and then having even presented cases to court, because in other matters you will be required to advise the minister on the piece of legislation that will have been challenged in court, and to give the minister an advice as to how do we deal with the litigation that will be brought against the legislation. So those are the posts that are available within the unit. The chief director is our boss at level 14, and he supervises 4 senior state law advisors. I'm one of them, and there's 4 posts that are available for senior state law advisors, and there's 1 that is vacant. There are 11 posts of state law advisors, and currently 4 are vacant. And they are vacant for now because those who have applied, who have got through the interview process, and who we have accepted are going to start with us on the 1st of August, well, maybe then the 2nd of August. as state law advisors. So those posts have now been filled. Now, a career in legislative drafting is an interesting one. Imagine you drafting the law. That sounds a big deal, isn't it? Because the law is a very unique art that takes a specific and a special. It's unlike when you are drafting, when you are writing an assignment or a novel or anything else. It has got its separate and a unique way of drafting it. That is why when you join the unit, if you haven't done legislative drafting, we are going to be training you as to how it works. You will have read the Act of Parliament yourselves, I'm sure, and you will see how it is structured and how it flows. That's what you will be doing when you join this unit. However, you will be trained as to how you go about doing that. Now, the bills that you will be drafting are going to be taken through to Parliament. So it means at some point you are going to be standing in front of Parliament and briefing parliamentarians about the legislation that you will have drafted. But you will not be alone, because the minister or the deputy minister will be there to give you an assistance, but you will be doing the briefing yourself to members of Parliament. But it's not all the members of Parliament. You will be, because we are justice, you will be presenting your bill before the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. Now, this is the unit that I'm working on, and there's other chief directorates. The South African Law Reform Commission is one of the chief directorates. They also do legislative drafting, but mostly their core function is to do the investigation and the research. Following that research, they will provide a report that will go to the minister, and that report will be accompanied by a bill. And that bill, once it is received by the minister, it is going to come to our unit for you as the state law advisors in the unit to take it through to Parliament, because the South African Law Reform Commission, they don't take the bills that they draft through to Parliament. It is the unit that I'm working in that does that. So they do the research, and they also prepare a bill because they are qualified as legislative drafters as well. Now, those are the posts that are available there. There's also the Rules Board for Courts of Law as a chief directorate. I'm sure this will ring a bell to you. The rules for courts of law. I'm sure you've got the civil procedure in as one of the subjects you are doing. Do you have that course? Civil procedure, don't you have? You do, ne? Yes. The rules of court that you are being taught here at varsity, they are being drafted by this unit of the Department of Justice. So, in future, you could be one of those who draft the rules of court. Yeah. So they also do a drafting, and as a result, as such, they are required to have experience in drafting legislation. But they will be specifically confined to drafting the rules of court, be it the High Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, or even the lower courts, that is the magistrate courts. And those are the posts that are available there. Now, these three chief directors that I spoke about, they are the ones that require legislative drafting to qualify for a post there. But the fourth one, the Chief Directorate Legal Services, does not require a legislative drafting, but you will be doing drafting if you join this unit. But drafting of contracts and even service level agreements. They also are involved in the litigation against the state or on behalf of the state, and they do that in collaboration with the State Attorney's Office, and they do get us involved if the litigation that has been brought relates to a particular legislation that is administered by the department. I made an example of the Constitutional Court judgment in Prince that declared those sections of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act unconstitutional. So if there's a litigation against a piece of legislation that is administered by the department, then this legal services unit is going to send the application to yourselves as the officials working within this legal services chief directorate to give your comments on the legislation or on the litigation that will be challenging the litigation that is administered by the department. So those are the posts that are available there and is continuing there. And now I will want to talk a little bit about the requirements and the caliber that will be expected of you. As I've mentioned, you have to be an admitted attorney or advocate, then you will be qualifying for that. Well, a course that you will have done in legislative drafting will be an additional, it will be a bonus for you. That means you will stand above all others if they haven't had a training in legislative drafting. Then you'll need to have a broader knowledge of the law. It's not like we are going to be focused on only the laws that you will be working on. There are pieces of legislation that are even administered by other departments, which are also dealt with by the state law advisors in those departments. So what I'm saying is that these units are dealing with the legislation that is administered by the Department of Justice. Other departments will have their own legislative drafters. So you also need to know, on top of the Constitution, you also need to know various pieces of legislation across the various departments. You need the research skills, like I've mentioned, also comparative research skills, so that you can be able to check what laws are out there in other countries, and then see how they can assist in improving the law that you will be drafting for the department. I know this may sound unpleasant, but you will be working under pressure at some point, and you will be required to deliver a product at a very short space of time. We do work even on weekends, public holidays, and but that does not mean you're going to be working every weekend. There will be those instances where you are required to produce a product as a result of which you will be, due to the agency, required to do that over the weekend or even during public holidays, so that you can comply with the time frame that you will be given to develop that. I'll make an example with the Domestic Violence Act, Amendment Act that we did. There was a spate of incidents of domestic violence during COVID, as I've mentioned. As a result, we had to come up with the amendments that will curb the spate of domestic violence, and we had to do that as a matter of agencies. That's one of the acts that we had to do as a matter of agency. The drafting skills, there's a style of drafting. We are not just at drafting for the sake of drafting. There's a style, but as I've mentioned, you will be taught how you do that, and we are trying to make use of a simple language these days, so that we are drafting the laws for the people, so that the people can be able to understand the law that we are drafting. We are getting rid of Latin terms like mutatis mutandis. We are no longer using those terminologies because we want to make it simpler for everyone to understand. And we are trying to use a neutral language. You'll know most of the acts will be saying he or she. As a result, they are excluding the members of the LGBTQ plus communities, that is those who don't identify themselves as he or she. So we are trying to avoid the use of he or she so that we use a neutral language that will accommodate them so that they don't feel degraded by being identified as he or she. Stakeholder engagement is very important. As I've mentioned, the drafting is legislation. It's a unique act that will requires us to engage. We normally will engage internally. We'll engage Legal Aid South Africa, the state attorney's office, and even the NPA, so that at least they give inputs that will improve legislation that we come up with before we go out to the public. And even before then, we will be consulting other departments that will be affected by the legislation that we are drafting so that they don't left out in terms of giving inputs. And after that, we will be going out to the public. There will be other pieces of legislation that will require that we engage specifically certain groupings. For instance, on cannabis, for Private Purposes Act, we know the Rastafari community, they use cannabis, as a result of which we had to consult with them, specifically them, so that at least when we draft legislation, we don't draft something that will be go against their expectation and even our understanding of how they use it and what they use it for. So there will be engagement with the stakeholders so that at least we come up with legislation that will be understandable and accommodate other people who are affected by that. Presentation skills, as I've mentioned, you will be briefing Parliament, and even wherever you will be required to give a presentation, you should be able to give a presentation. However, then you will be supported. Most of the time, if you are in Parliament, the minister or the deputy minister will be there. And when you're consulting internally or even other departments, mostly the DDG or the DG and even the chief director will be accompanying. So you won't be left alone, and you will get that support from the senior management. Thinking of on your feet, this is a very important skill, because wherever you'll be presenting, you could be asked a question and you will be required to give an answer there and then. I did mention that you need to have a broad knowledge of the law. For instance, if you are asked a certain question in Parliament, then as to maybe then why are you not including this and this in this bill of yours? You could be able to say, no, we are not including this in here because it is regulated or incorporated in a certain piece of legislation, and then quoting that legislation. So you won't have a chance to go outside and then go to your Google to Google the answer. So you won't have that opportunity. You should be able to think on your feet, but you will get to learn that as you go along. Willingness to work extended hours, I did mention that, and you should be willing to travel regularly. There's a distinction between the bills that we promote as the department and even other departments. If you can go to sections 76 and 77, section 75 and 76 of the Constitution, those sections, they tell you how a certain piece of or a certain legislation that you are drafting has to be promoted. Now, for instance, a section 75 will go a certain route, but a section 76 bill will go a different route. This is very important, the section 76, because now It won't only end in the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, but it will require you to go to each of the 9 provincial legislatures. So if you are developing a Section 76 a bill, and my fellow panelists, they talk about the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. It's a Section 76 legislation. And if you have to amend that, it means you're going to have to brief each and every of the 9 provincial legislatures. Luckily now, we are able to do that virtually. Instead of going through to each province, you can do the briefing virtually. So that makes it easy, instead of traveling to all those provinces. But there could be other conferences, seminars, or anything that will require you to attend physically. Closer to concluding my briefing, there are internships that are available in the department. We normally take 4 interns. I don't know if they will increase, but they will take 4 for each one of the chief directorates that I've mentioned there. So luckily, you as a local graduate, once you graduate, you will qualify to be in this internship for a period of 1 year, and it works on a rotational basis. That is, you're going to go for 3 months in each of those 4 chief directorates, so that you get a knowledge and understanding of how each of those internship chief directorates work. So as law graduate, you will be qualifying to do the internships there. Those who have not had the opportunity to study a course in legislative drafting, there is this Bridget Mabanda Justice College. It was spoken about earlier. That's where we get training. There's a full course on legislative drafting. I don't know how long it takes now, but when I attended it, it took 3 weeks to do the entire course, and that is sufficient to be a legislative drafter, because other aspects of legislative drafting you're going to learn as you go along. So don't feel bad, because now there will be this training course that is available through the Justice College to assist you. With all that, this brings me to the conclusion of my presentation, and I wish you all the best in terms of your career. As you have heard from the previous presentations, you are not, as a lawyer, confined to doing court work. There are those branches of law that are available, and within us, you do have the opportunity to join the legislative drafting unit of the department, and I wish you all the best with that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mukolobeti, Mr. Mhlongo, Ms. Twala, thank you very much for your insightful contribution to this discussion. As we move to our last panel, you may be excused. Thank you so much. Okay, while we introducing the new and the last panel, we will be taking question and answers because we are rushing against time. Let me introduce Ms. Kimberly, Senior Consultant in Litigation from Bowman, Mr. Velenkosi Ntwala, Malinga Attorney, and Ms. Trawekazi Chichane from Kau Chichane Attorneys to come on stage. Then we can take questions.
Yebo. Right.
Once again, my name is Kobile Dumbi. I have a question for Mr. Mhlongo and Ms. Twal. I wanted to know, when do the applications for the candidate recruitment program at Legal Aid open? And also, are students allowed to volunteer, or do they get vacation work at Legal Aid? And also to Ms. Twala, I apologize after your warning about money, but I wanted to know if the NPA offers a stipend or a salary. Thank you.
I'll try and keep it short. Okay. Recently, we, as Legal Aid, had experienced some budget cuts, and as a result, there has been some pause in terms of recruitment. I don't have a date as yet as to when is the next round will be taken, but there has been some, like the group that I just mentioned in my presentation, that there's a group that we took somewhere in May. Those people were interviewed sometime last year, the first leg. So around April, May, that was the second leg. So there will be but there will be announcements. So just keep in touch with our social media pages. Just go there. There's Twitter, Facebook, and all these other. So it will be announced. And your second question, you said vacation. Okay, because of the intensity of and how busy we are, so we do not have those at the moment. Because there is, if we introduce you into, you'll see how busy they are. So people come in the morning, and within an hour or two, so they are off to court. So you may be kind of like having limited time with a person to even learn about how things are done. So as such, that was actually done away. But you can actually go to your nearest office, and then maybe you can have someone that you can have some kind of, but it's not encouraged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will use this platform in answering your question to also just add one or two things that I left out. Yes, the NPA does pay a salary. I wouldn't call it a stipend because it is a reasonable amount. So you do get a monthly salary every month. And after you complete the program, depending on the vacancies that are available for district court prosecutor vacancies, you will then be appointed as a contract prosecutor, where you will continue to receive a salary then. Just to also indicate, the advert is out. The closing date is the 27th of July for all applications. And also, when you do apply, you're only allowed to prefer one training center. And currently for KwaZulu-Natal, it is Madadeni Training Center, which is in the area of Newcastle. So you're not allowed, as before, to pick more than one. It can only be one training center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, it seems there are many. Okay. One. Can you raise your hands up, okay? 1, 2, 3,
1, 2,
4, 5. You are the last one. Okay, in that order.
Greetings to everyone. Standing before you is Tandon Zama from Varsity College, soon to be Emirates University. It's a privilege to be in the presence of someone who's shaped policy which we've had the chance to extensively analyze and form our own opinions about it. My question is to Mr. Mo Kolubete. You mentioned that these policies get sent out for public comment. So how much influence did the public opinion have compared to scientific opinions with regards to the Cannabis Act?
Adding on that, greetings. Standing before you is Sandra Kumalo from Emirates, Baseville. What was the moment you realized you were helping shape a piece of history in South Africa? Like, is there any real life scenario that helped you realize, besides the Prince case too? What's your view on regarding cannabis changed in South Africa since the new act has been released since 2024?
Thank you. Number 3.
In the midst of the applications that you receive, what can one do to make themselves stand apart? Then the second question is, how much exposure to different areas of law does an aspirant prosecutor get, or is it only limited to the criminal law? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4.
Good afternoon. Standing before you is Njabulu Dlamini from University of South Africa, Pietermaritzburg. I would like to ask, even though I'm not sure as to who will answer these 2 questions. First one is, can we, given the rate of unemployment, can we access opportunities as to if I've done my LLB degree, how many opportunities given? You can be a lawyer, an advocate, and a prosecutor, and all that. Where can we access all that information as to what can I be after I've completed my degree? The second one is it possible after I've finished my law degree to do articles outside of the country? And if that is possible, how to go about?
Thank you. Last one.
Greetings, everybody. I am Amatli Butelezi, and I'm doing my 4th year here in Howard College. And my question is regarding articles. Is there any other way one can go about in acquiring their articles without actually applying to law firms?
Thank you very much. Over to you, members of the panel.
Thank you very much. The question relating to the influence that the public have got to the legislation that we come up with. We do consider each and every comment that we have received. We analyze that and then see to what extent that comment requires us to make changes to the bill or even the regulations that we have come up with. Most of the time, we do changes because now the public do actually have the information that we might not be aware of, and that can be useful to the improvement of the legislation that we come up with. Most of the time we hear that legislative drafters do ignore the comments. I don't think that is the case. It does not mean when someone has submitted a comment, we really have to accept it. We weigh it and then see if it works in terms of the practicality. However, each and every one of the comments that we have received, we consider those. As I've mentioned about the cannabis regulations that we published this year, we received 2,807 comments, and we had to go through each one of them. And the version that we have published had to be amended in light of the comments that we have received from the public. So the public does influence us to make changes in light of the comments that we have received. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm just here to answer the question about the application. There is nothing really that you can add to be outstanding. The requirement is basic nationally. We just need a Bachelor of Laws degree, and then you will qualify to apply and also be considered in an aspirant program. And also, like I indicated, as an LB student who's doing their final year, you can also apply. The other thing is that you asked about whether the prosecution is only limited to criminal law. Like I said in my presentation, there is also the civil side of it in terms of the asset forfeiture unit, as well as the legal services division, where you will be mostly dealing with civil work, drafting, and representing the NPA in the civil law side of it. Also in the prosecution, not only are you a prosecutor who's going to be going to court, but you also get to be a prosecutor like myself who tutors, trains aspirant prosecutors. Also there's community prosecution, where prosecutors do go out to communities to actually do campaigns and awareness programs about the law and about the courts. So there's various other sectors within the NPA in the legal field.
I'm just going to jump in here and address the two questions about the articles. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is no other avenue. You would be required to do a PVT contract. The only thing is that you could reduce it to 12 months if you've done the full-time PLT. Just be mindful that if you do have an opportunity to go and work for another organization, so say that you're working as a legal advisor or somebody at municipality with your LLB and you want to get admitted, those organizations will normally second you. So they will carry on paying your salary and they'll second you to a law firm so that you can do your articles. So don't feel restricted in the avenues that are available. Research and see whether those organizations have those abilities to be able for you to grow within the organization. They would normally second you, and then they would require you to come back to their organization and serve a period of time at their organization. In terms of doing your degree here in South Africa and then wanting to pursue a law degree, become a legal practitioner outside of South Africa, you would obviously have to contact their whichever country you're going to, whichever area you're going to, you would have to contact their law society and find out their requirements. Some of them, your law degree may not be similar, and you might have to do extra courses, and then you would still probably have to attend to their requirements for admission purposes. So you would have to find out from them. Each one would be different, I assume. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope we have covered all the questions. Are we covered? Thank you. Let's move to our last panel. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay, so by way of introduction, my name is Kimberly, and I'm an associate in the Shipping, Aviation, and Logistics team or department in Bowmans, based in our Durban office. And today I'm just going to talk to you guys a little bit about what a career in corporate commercial law actually looks like, what it really involves, and also then go on to discuss a little bit about our graduate recruitment program, vacation work opportunities, and then hopefully at the end leave you guys with a little bit of practical advice on the kind of skills and what we look for in your applications ultimately. So to start, I think, at least when I was a student, I thought when I heard the term corporate and commercial law, I immediately thought contracts, and I think it was the start and end of it for me. But ultimately, it's a lot more than that. It's quite diverse, it's quite varied, and I think a nice way of looking at it is to look at it in the context of any industry or any business that you come across that you're involved in. Every decision that has to be made, every step, every direction that the industry or the business takes ultimately has a legal team supporting it at some stage. Legal advisors to advise it and ensure that we're managing risk, that we're strategizing, that we're doing everything to ultimately get what we need to get across the line. So for example, in Bowmans, if you think of corporate law, we essentially have 3 main practice areas, and within each practice area we then have subdivisions which we call practice groups. So we have our corporate practice area, which then has your practice groups such as mergers and acquisitions, competition law, tax law. We then have dispute resolution, which is the practice area that I'm in. So within dispute resolution, we then have litigation. We again have a specialized tax litigation team, or as in my case, we have a shipping department that deals with specialist shipping litigation. And then we have banking and finance, which then has your general finance, project finance. So at every step of the process, there's basically a legal team to advise a business or to advise an industry on the risks and what needs to be done. So if you're still not sure whether a practice in corporate and commercial law is for you, a good way to get an idea of practically what it involves and what it looks like on a day-to-day basis is to do VAC work, so vacation work. Vacation work will give you first-hand experience and first-hand exposure on the day-to-day life of a corporate commercial lawyer, the kind of work that we get involved in. At Bowmans, if you do our vacation work program, you'll get an opportunity to work alongside other candidate legal practitioners, associates, partners on actual matters. You'll get some training. You'll have networking opportunities to ask questions, and really get a feel for what a day in the life of a corporate commercial lawyer is and whether it's something that you want to do. So we run essentially 2 vacation work programs. So we have the summer vacation work program, which for this year is still opened. So applications for that will open on the 1st of August, which is next week, and they'll close on the 31st of October. And then we have the winter vacation program, which is now you'll be applying for next year, so that will take place in July. And applications for that open on the 1st of February, and it closes on the 30th of April. So now you've done vacation work, you've decided, okay, corporate commercial law is what I want to do. How do you then go about the process of applying for your articles? So our whole graduate recruitment process in terms of applications is done online through an applicant tracking system which we call Leaply. So you will basically create a profile on Leaply, you'll log on, you will then answer a whole lot of questions about your profile, tell us a bit about who you are, and then you'll upload your CV, academic transcripts, any other supporting documents. You will then be kind of evaluated on Leaply, and if you're shortlisted, you'll then have an initial screening interview with members of our graduate recruitment team. And the aim of the screening interview is really just to get to know who you are, what your career aspirations are, what motivates you while you're studying law, to assess your cultural fit, and whether you would be a good fit for Bowman's. If you then get through that initial screening interview, you'll then be invited to participate in our selection day program, which takes place over 2 days. So you'll go up either to our Johannesburg or our Cape Town office. You'll take place in the selection day. The process essentially involves a series of interviews with partners. You'll have to undergo certain technical and psychometric assessments. Again, you'll have networking opportunities, and really just an opportunity for the firm to interview you, see whether you're a good fit, but at the same time, it's also an opportunity for you to get to know the firm and see whether working at Bowman's is something that you foresee yourself doing. So at the moment, applications for 2028 and 2029 articles are opened. We've already taken our intake for next year. And then lastly, just to leave you guys with a little bit of a practical insight into what your candidate attorney program will be like at Bowman's if you do eventually get hired. So you will essentially rotate between the different practice areas, and the program's really designed to give you hands-on, practical, commercial exposure to work to bridge the gap between your foundation at university and what skills you would need practically in your day-to-day life as a lawyer. So you'll rotate between the various practice groups. You'll work very closely with associates, with partners, with the team. You'll work on matters. You'll also be given structured training opportunities, regular mentorship and feedback to help you identify areas where you need to develop, and really supported at every stage of that. And the aim of it is to give you the skills that you need to be a well-rounded and well-developed lawyer at the end of the day. And then lastly, just some practical tips to give you guys a little bit of insight into the kind of skills that we look for. So obviously, academic performance is important. Consistently performing well whilst you in university and during your degree is really your foot into the door, and everything else comes after that. But in addition to that, we also look for soft skills, so analytical skills, communication, interpersonal skills, your adaptability, flexibility, willingness to go the extra mile, to manage other things apart from your degree. And we focus really on demonstrating that you're a well-rounded individual. I think practicing as a commercial lawyer in a corporate law firm, what's becoming increasingly important to our clients is also commercial awareness. So you being commercially aware, understanding businesses, following business news, understanding how certain things happen and the legal implications of that for the business will really hold you in good stead. So as much as you should focus on your academic performance, which as I said is the step into the door, equally important is also your extracurricular things. So your involvement in student organizations, community initiatives, because those really help you develop the skills that you will ultimately use on a day-to-day basis as a lawyer. And then obviously your writing skills, your legal skills, communication skills, and your technical ability. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you guys all the very best.
Greetings, everybody. I hope I am audible there at the back. My name is Velenkosini Twala. Also, I was a student here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I completed my studies in 2024, graduated last year, and I started my articles as well last year, January. So, a lot has been said. I'm just gonna see. So, here I am representing Mela Malinga attorneys. I'm also a candidate attorney in the firm. So we are based in Durban, CBD, by Medlife Metropolitan Building. So our focus areas, we do conveyancing, notary work, public notary work, and we do also family law. So, what else? So I think I'm just gonna talk or maybe emphasize about how to secure articles. So my learned colleague previously said that you need to be visible. You need to work. So apart from obtaining good marks, you also need to be, I believe that you also need to be street smart. So you need to know your way, have a focus, show yourself, do court shadowing and door-to-door as well. That will also assist you to secure articles. It worked for me, and I believe it can also work for you. So I secured my articles in my final year of study. I believe it was in July 2024. So I believe that you can also do that and secure them. So it's really hard I'd say that it's really hard to secure articles. So you must have it in mind that after finishing my degree, I need to secure articles. So to secure them easily, you need to door-to-door really work. Trust me, it's really work. So you need to do door-to-door, apply also, call them, do everything. So if you do that, I believe you'll be most likely to get the articles. So what does a candidate attorney do? So we do almost, not everything, but almost everything that a principal do, since we are working under the supervision of a principal. So we draft, we research, we attend court also. So as my learned colleague said that immediately if you get your certificate to appear in court, right away you can do so. So firstly you attend in the district lower court, and then after a year you attend a regional court, and then after admission and upon obtaining right, then you appear in high court. So as I've said that the CA works under the supervision of the attorney, so you don't need to be smart, you just need to listen, pay attention to every details, take note, have a book like me, so you note down all the instructions for the day, and then after completing every task, you tick, and then that will also assist you as well. So if you aspire to join us, there is a very quick program that will open soon. I'm just not sure about the date, but you can keep on looking at our website. So as I'm about to close, I just want to say that you have done the most difficult work. You are almost done with your degree. What's left now is to go out and join us. I'd say that we are waiting for you. Just make sure that you finish your degree, you work hard, you go out, you look for articles. It's very doable. It's very doable, I can say. Amen. I think I'm done.
Greetings to the program director. Greetings to future lawyers. Special greetings to the Legal Practice Council. And I'm sure you are wondering why special greetings. Those who know that you really need to pass special greetings to the Legal Practice Council. My name is, before that, my colleagues, I need to greet them from NPA, Department of Justice. I'm also a former employee of Department of Justice. Legal Aid, former colleague, I did my articles with Legal Aid, so allow me to greet everyone. My name is Awegazi Jijana from Jijana Attorneys. I am an attorney, I am a conveyancer, I am a notary, I am also an insolvency practitioner. I am mentioning all this not to brag, but to let you know that you can also do it. Last year, I was also part of this program, and I was the last speaker. And I'm surprised that even this year I am the last speaker. But the good thing about it is that even last year I said it, that all speakers have said everything that I wanted to say. So allow me then to be more relaxed and share my journey in this profession. I'm sure you've heard everything that you wanted to hear, so I cannot repeat that. Let me rather share my journey. I'm sure many of you guys don't know which path they should take. And I want to tell you that it is normal, you are not abnormal, because I was once in your position. First of all, I never dreamed of being in this profession. My cousin chose this profession for me. I'm sure many of you guys, some they studied law because their parents dreamed of being attorneys, but they could not do that, and now they had to choose the career for their children. Some, they watch too many movies, so they want to be lawyers because of what they see in movies. But unfortunately, this is not a movie, it's a reality. So, as I said, a cousin chose this career for me. So by virtue of my cousin choosing the career, it means I did not know what I wanted to become. Every time a person or a classmate says, I want to be a prosecutor, I would also say, I want to be a prosecutor. The first question I would ask, how much are they getting paid? Ms. Twala, I was motivated by money. Unfortunately, my decisions were money-based because I was not coming from a rich family. So I need to be delivered very soon and very quick and very fast from poverty. It is a good thing and it is a bad thing. I believe many of you guys, you are going to make the same decision that I've made. So, in my final year, I was surprised, I was shocked that we still have to go to law school.
To me, after final year, I was hoping that we are going to be getting money. Little did I know that one has to do articles. One has to go to law school, which is we used to call it PLT. I'm not sure they still call it that way. So I did PLT because everyone was saying they are going to PLT, but I wanted to go and get paid very soon. So I had to do PLT. I wrote my board exams. I wrote 4 of them, passed 3, and I struggled with ethics, which is what probably you are going to be struggling with. It has a very high rate of failure. I don't know why. I'm going to be biased to say, I always advise and motivate and suggest that when we are still fumbling, like I did years back, I always say, it's best that you do your articles, write board exam, and be admitted, so that while you are still trying to find your feet, you are admitted, because things change. We wrote 4 courses, but now from next year, I stand to be corrected, there are going to be 5. So it means, maybe, I don't know, in 10 years to come, maybe you will be writing 10 courses. So that's why I always say, while you are still young, get admitted. Other things, you are going to see them along the way. Because I always believe that when you are an attorney, you stand to get more opportunities than when you are just an LLB holder in terms of having LLB and you are not admitted. Don't get me wrong. I also want to tell you guys that this profession does not want or need people who are stereotyped. The mistake that we always make is specializing or do the fields of law that everyone else is in. For instance, each and every attorney, they will tell you, I am doing RAF, I am doing deceased estates, I do divorce. As a result, many say the profession is saturated. Yes, it might be saturated because we all flock into specializing in one field of law. I want to confirm and concur with what Ms. Memka said, that we do not need to be narrow-minded. The profession, the law profession, is very broad. There's maritime, there's sports. In fact, each and every institution and organization, there is always a legal department. So don't go the same route as we did. You may, because you are still hungry, you need something. But along the way, you need to venture into fields of law where it is not saturated. I know it is very difficult to start a journey or to start a route where everyone else is not there. But you need to learn to be the first ones to break the ground. Are you still with me? So I am here to say to you guys, whatever you do, allow yourself to make mistakes. Don't be harsh on yourself, because right now you don't even know what you like and what you don't like. But what is important is you must do something. And I know that it is very hard to get articles these days. But if it happens that you want to take the attorney route and you cannot get your articles, do not sit at home. Some other opportunities find you somewhere else. And I always believe that, sorry, I'm a firm believer, a Christian. I always believe that when you are called to be in that place, there will always be a way for you to survive. And I always believe that because you are here, you are called to be something. But do not imitate someone else. You have your own journeys. If it happens that you become an attorney, even if you are not an attorney, it is very important to be ethical, to be self-disciplined, be your own cheerleader. I remember when I first got one of my RAF matters was paid out. So the client was mentally ill, so we had to appoint a curator. Now the attorney was appointed when I had to account on the funds that came from RAF. He said, "Why are you paying even the bill of costs?" By the way, the bill of cost, it is what is due to the client. So basically, we find attorneys who are unethical, and they would influence you to be unethical. And sometimes not even influencing you, but with the lack of knowledge, when you ask around, you'll find that whatever information and advice you get, it is unethical. So if you are a person who's easily influenced, you are not going to last in this profession because you need to be disciplined. Being disciplined and ethical, it is going to, you are going to make it in life if you are going to be ethical, because our profession, it is one of those professions where you do not want to be on the wrong side of the law. And lastly, I want to say, do not compare yourself to anyone else. Each and every one of us have their own journeys. As students here, I'm 100% sure that you know who is intelligent, you know who's average, you know those ones who are passing with 50% and all that. But out there, the journey is different. You are going to be stressed to see someone who was getting 50% in class making it in life before you when we are getting distinctions. So out there, it is not a competition of intelligence as such. But you must know that each and every person has his or her journey. Your journey might start very late than someone else's journey, but you must know that you are still in a journey which you need to run with it in your own pace. I think that's all, unless you want me to say more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chichane, Mr. Twala, Ms. Samlan. Thank you. Let's take last questions before we close. Do you have questions? Okay, let's see hands straight up. Let's start from the back. 1, 2, 3. We only have 3 hands.
Good day. So I have 2 questions. So the first question is for the representative of Bowman's. So I know that big law firms always look for marks. Like you must have like 80% average and above. So like generally from what I've heard. So like what else can we do if we don't fall into that category of having an A aggregate? Like what else can we do apart from extracurriculars and apart from work experience? So what else is valuable to a big law firm such as Bowman's? And the second question is, in general, so master's degree in law. So how valuable is it to have a master's degree? And does it increase your chances of getting articles? And especially in the corporate field? Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Asanda. My question is directed to Ms. Kimberly. Yes. I wanted to know, just based off what I've heard and what I assume, and what many students assume actually, that law firms like Bowman's, Weber, Wenzel, ENS recruit more heavily from certain universities. In your experience, how much does university reputation actually influence recruitment, and what factors matter most beyond that? And my other question is directed to Ms. Chejana. I wanted to know if your law firm, if your law firm offers vacation work, and where it's located.
Thank you. Last one.
Yes, thank you. I think you're going to have all the questions, Ms. Hillman, from Bowman's. I heard you talking about corporate culture and whether you will, whether you fit, see if you fit into the corporate culture. Can you unpack for us, what do you mean by corporate culture? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, hopefully I made a note of all the questions. So I think the first one was, if you are in a position where, as it stands, you don't have good marks, what else do big law firms like Bowman's look for? So as I said in my presentation, good and strong academic performance consistently throughout your degree is essentially your foot into the door. And the reason for that is that often in big law firms, or most big law firms, are dealing with very high value, complex matters. And ultimately, technical ability and your foundation at university level in your degree of knowing basic, legal principles matters. Not only in terms of the law firm, but also for you. Because if you're going to find yourself in a position where you're doing articles, you're pulled into an extremely difficult, complex, urgent matter, and you don't have those foundational skills that you need, it's also going to be a struggle for you. That being said, I do understand that sometimes life happens, right? And due to personal circumstances or difficulties, challenges you might face during your degree, it's not always possible to consistently perform at that level. That doesn't mean that if your end goal is to be at a big corporate law firm like Bowman's, it doesn't mean that you can never do that. You can always explore opportunities to do articles elsewhere and to build the other skills and experience that you need. I think someone earlier said that nothing really matches practical experience. And if you do articles elsewhere and you build up those experiences, there's no one to say that you can't then at a later stage in your career use those skills that you've built to transition across into a big law firm. We have many what we call lateral hires who come on from other law firms, small and medium-sized law firm, at partnership level, not necessarily because of their academic performance, but because they have developed this experience and the skills, and they've really specialized in an area or become experts at what they do, that they have that to offer to a big law firm. In my team alone, for example, we've recently hired associates who've done articles at small and medium-sized law firms without, necessarily focusing on academic transcript, but more because of who they've become post their degree and the skills that they've developed. And then I think the second part of that was how valuable is masters. So I think if your aim is to join a corporate law firm, and especially if you want to specialize in a particular area, masters will definitely hold you in good stead. It's not to say that it's guaranteed, for example, that you will get articles or get a position in the shipping team if you hold a shipping masters, but it will hold you in good stead and it will be advantageous. So for me personally, when I completed my degree, I studied at the Pietermaritzburg campus of UKZN. When I completed my degree, I had interviewed countless times for articles and I got rejected. And I was actually going to pursue a master's in maritime law. But as luck had it, I then had an opportunity at Bowman's and I didn't end up doing that master's. But I know from my previous experience that for my shipping team, for example, candidate attorneys before me who had masters obviously were in an advantageous position because you already have some of those foundational skills. So I think masters can't be undervalued or underestimated. And then I think the next question was university representation and law firms hiring from specific universities. I think that is a common misconception and a kind of impression that people have, but ultimately your application is going to be judged on you, right? On your marks, on your performance, on your skills, and who you are as a person. Remember, law firms are taking in thousands of applications a year, and really you have to focus on distinguishing yourself and showing why you should be hired over the next person. I don't think it necessarily boils down to a university. I can tell you Bowman's doesn't have a quota as such of taking so many people from UCT over UKZN. It ultimately comes down to the person and showing that you can add value and that you fit in with the firm and can kind of cope with what's expected of you. And then the last question is corporate culture, and I think that's an interesting one because it varies, but it's also the same with a lot of the big law firms. I think if I were to sum it up, I would say that it's demonstrating an ability to be a well-rounded individual. So having good marks and good technical ability, yes, that's great, but also, as I'm saying, having those soft skills, because I'll tell you a bit about my experience, right, in corporate culture and my experience being in Bowman's for a few years now. I think a lot of what you do on a day-to-day basis, yes, your legal skills and your knowledge of the law is important, but on a day-to-day basis, you're often expected to interact with clients, to be alive to commercial realities, to kind of see beyond the law and into the realities of the situation. And when we talk about corporate culture, it's really assessing that ability to do that, to see beyond the law, and to kind of be confident as well in yourself and what you do and your expertise. And that doesn't come straight off the bat as soon as you graduate, right? It takes experience and it takes training, and eventually you will get there. Another thing with corporate culture is it is difficult. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that it's a walk in the park and that it's easy. It's long hours, it's weekends, it's sacrifices, it's climbing the corporate ladder. And when I'm saying that Bowman's part of the interview process is for Bowman's or any other big law firm assessing whether you can fit into that culture, but also you assessing whether that's right for you. Ultimately, your values. If you value, I don't know, time with family, I'm not saying that you don't have that, but it's assessing your values against what needs to be done in order for you to perform and to really excel in it. So it is a journey, it's a lot to learn, but you are given the support and surrounded by people who have the same mindset as you. I'm not sure if that answers everything.
My offices are in Durban Club Chambers, and the lady also asked if there are articles available. For now, not really, but soon I'll be opening 2 spaces, because one has been admitted as an attorney and a conveyancer, one is waiting to be admitted, and a 3rd one is still doing articles. So I'm only gonna be opening space for 2, even though I am now qualifying to have 5 candidates. But I cannot due to finances and too much work. And also allow me to tell you about insolvency. I am an insolvency practitioner, as I said. You can apply at the Master's Office, Master of High Court, which is under Department of Justice, to be an insolvency practitioner. You don't have to be an admitted attorney as long as you have a Bachelor of Laws. So you can apply. They normally open it 2 times a year. So you can open to be part and parcel of the insolvency practitioners. Thank you so much.
I hope we are all covered. Oh, there is a last thought.
No, I just wanted a clarification. I think the young lady was asking about work, not articles. If during their vacation, you can take them on for work experience.
Yes, my darling, I can. It is not going to bankrupt me at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. I like to thank you. You were good to me as the program director. I like to thank all the speakers, our guests, our panelists, and most important, you students, for your engagement and your participation. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Lerato Ramashela, to come and give us the vote of thanks. I thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests and stakeholders. Mine is very quick and easy. As the saying goes, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development would like to express its sincere gratitude to all the universities present here today, namely University of KwaZulu-Natal, both the Pietermaritzburg and Durban campus, UNISA, both KZN and Pietermaritzburg campus, and University of Zululand, and lastly, Emirates, which is formerly Varsity College. And to all our law firms, Bowmans, Malinga attorneys and notaries, and Kaujijana, for agreeing to participate on this auspicious program. The theme resonated with most of us, or all of us, and has given us a lot to think about going forward. And lastly, we would also like to thank the students for being such a great and energetic audience. Our gratitude abounds. Good afternoon once more. I think the program director has something urgent to attend to, so I'll also do some minor announcements. We have reached the end of our program. Lunch is going to be served immediately outside, and to all our stakeholders and guests, you can go back to the venue that we were at in the morning. Thanks.